Everybody, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. We're here. Let me get my charts over on my other screen there. I have to take care of some important emails this morning. Let's take a look here. Full screen. All right. So let's take a look. So I had this trend line overnight. I just wanted to come in here fast. We were here last night until probably around 12:30. I was trading, and the market actually was up here when we left. And I had a short on. I said, you know what, I want to take that short off and I want to go because it looked like it was going to go higher, and it did pull back some and then went a little higher. So it went actually much lower than a trend line. Trend line didn't really hold up too good, so we're going to adjust that a bit. You can see some of these extensions. This might just be a little higher because of those divergences right there, and this little flushes in the return, and then it retests. That's a better spot there for that. So we came up to that level, pulled back a couple times. Let's see where we are. And again, this is something you should always do because you want to see if there's like all of a sudden you'll start to see easy divergences. Like there was an easy divergence here at 445, but I wasn't here at 445. But that was a nice divergence right there. And it just gets you used to seeing them and how the market's reacting to them. So, and lots of times you'll see that same pattern. You'll see that drop off and that low and that lower low and that low and a higher low. And that really gives you the pinpointed thing. So at this point, we're looking at a pullback.
RRX, Regal Rexnord,
Have a little divergence there.
Has issued a report on the company entitled Data Centers.
Got a nice little uptrend here.
Oh my! And Carousel Capital states it holds a long position in Regal Rexnord for RRX.
It was actually probably a divergence here.
Romeo X-ray.
And Romeo X-ray. Oh, Romeo. All right. So right now we're in the middle of we're back under. Actually, we're right at 7,500. I was going to say back under, but we're chopping around that 7,500 level. And this is where we go to work here. We got a couple pivots. You have a steep drop off here, but you definitely have a pivot up here. That was your high before the breakdown, and then you would say you would have a pivot there. So right now I'd put that in there, even though we're working on breaking through it. And I'd probably just drop this one down just for reference sake right now. So that's what I'm looking at, sitting down at the markets. What are we looking at today? All right, what am I missing in the room here? Go back and catch me up, please. Catch me up. I didn't even put out at AVAV, which is definitely oversold. So a big pop on that today. Huge pop today on that. Wow, huge pop. I see someone mention it yesterday in the chat room. They were mentioning AVAV looking for a big pop too. So good call on that. Unless this was a follow through from yesterday. Let me see what news was. I didn't follow any of the stocks last night, so this happened last night. Oh yeah. Sasuk says Avanex AeroVironment has been awarded $50 million contract from the U.S. to expand its current unmanned mission support capabilities. All right. Well, I would love it if I had it. I don't. Our exits on some of these last night. Looking at the NASA, some of the space stocks coming back down this morning. Futures are staying within this channel line. Yeah. All right, we're gonna have to wait and see what happens out of the gate today. It looks. Let's just run through some of the bigger movers. What? I'm just catching up on some emails here. Right underneath the 50. Do we get a little bounce here? We're actually starting to look a little stronger here. Dolly, are you logged on? Text me when. Text me. I could just put in the manger. I could put it right in the room. All right, you guys. I am. Uh, all right, sorry guys. I can't reduce the monthly. All right. All right. What do we have here? So we got applied materials up 17. We have SanDisk up 22. We the ABVX up 33. Nice pop in the ABVX, and AVAV up. It's at like 38 right now. 38. DE end phase is up nice today, up over 11%. Google's up about not even 1%. It's up $1. It hasn't really. Wait. Am I wrong? Am I? Yeah. It's not up that much. I gotta get more. All right, I'll have to take a look at that. Thanks, Lem. Don't forget to do the daily cash contest. I've been filling the numbers in for you, Dawit.
What?
Every time I come in here, you probably won a few times.
Yeah, look at this.
What? What? That what you? Yeah. Just do what I just said.
You'll have it for life.
Yeah. It'll be much. I need a Coke. Oh, God. I'm running around today. All right. I think today might be a good day for the 950 reversal. Also have to watch that 3 o'clock European close time frame and see if we've been selling since then, because we did turn over at one point this tonight. I didn't check the time frame this, but I think we might be setting up for that too. All right, hats are off. Hmm. kind of weird. The market dropped off pretty much overnight, came down to about 5 o'clock, and then actually rallied back up here. And then came all the way back down here again. Big move. So we're near the lows of the session. Well, actually, yeah, I would say we're at the previous close. The lows of the session are down here. It's interesting what's going on here. We dropped down. There was some good action last night. I had that wedge. I had that couple good patterns here. Is the news and stuff on, Dawi?
Yeah, Mr. Landrum.
And the total offering analysis offered to about 11.1 million shares of common stock. And the total offering consists of warrants of 11.1 million shares of common stock. And that's being offered a combined stock and warrant price of 38 cents per unit. And that offering of shares and warrants expected to net about $4.2 million by T.
All right, let's get going here. All right, so let's start this day off here. Let me get my charts up. Charts are good. Everyone's connected. I did send out some copy trade. We did some good copy trading last night. I took one trade, caught it perfect. But not many people are connected. So I want to send out an email today, right now, to connect those copy traders. I'm going to turn them on again here. Everything is on.
What was the ribs, Jim? What was the ribs?
I didn't try them yet.
Did you go for them?
No. Apple here dropping. Don't disappear. Bring back my card. It's always taking money out. He disappears for hours. He's probably up the massage parlor. All right, here we go. Do we have a little divergence here starting off the morning? Starting to see that maybe turn back up. Or do we kind of flush down a little bit more? Flip a coin here. Flip a coin. I'm thinking SmackDown and then reversal into the 950 zone. But we are seeing maybe the potential divergence here playing out. It's going to be I'm going to drop it down to one contract, I think, just if we're going to mess with this down here. It might be a little choppy. Morning, Brian. Boyd Twit in Canada. Good morning in Canada. Sorry to hear that. Market's starting to pop out of this. I'm always jabbing on our Canadian brothers up there. Canadians are good people. All right, market here. Here we go. All right, starting off here right around that 7,500 level, 7,500. Now, I see a little.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
RCOV Resolve AI shareholders overwhelmingly approve up to $300 million share repurchase mandate amid surging commercial momentum.
I didn't really check the pre-market poppers today. Sorry about that. Let me get on those. Came in here running. Markets opened up here. SpaceX popping here, 165. BTC Digital popped and dropped, slowly dropping. CELZ popping out of the gate, $3.13. Edible Garden. This one popped again. This was 20 cents, popped, doubled up. Interesting. Edible Gardens. They sell those plants in the grocery stores. Baya International Group. And then JEM, Cayman Holdings, JEM.
NASDAQ is down 11.79. Dow is up 65.30.
We didn't get a drop. We got a pop out of the gate. We're popping. The divergence holds here. I'm not smelling anything good on this, though. Seeing a lot of stocks here selling here. Not seeing anything exciting yet out of the gate here. Apple here reversing a little. Google showing a little more weakness. ISRG was showing weakness from yesterday. It's following through down here. Pod 155. There's nothing here. Everything's stuck in the sand here. I think we go back down here. Where's our grab?
And 3-minute quad rotation by signal.
All right. Let's take a look here.
New York Times reporting after U.S.-Iran war, Oman is set to propose for most aid plan. Oman would collect payment for Iran and Oman would collect payment for the ships passing the Strait of Hormuz. That's from the New York Times.
Enphase getting the solar names going. Let's take a look at the solar names. That's a good point. FSLR. So I always like the FSLR. A little gap up here. Again, seeing a little selling coming in now. FSLR is interesting. It had that big kind of possible channel line here. So it's not confirmed yet. It's not confirmed on anything, but it is a pullback. The NPH.
Multiple price target raises.
That's actually seeing some selling coming in, right? These solar stocks might pull back here. Enphase giving back a lot of those gains. NVIDIA here is just spiking to highs now.
Up about 369% now. Charlie Echo Lima Zulu.
Yes, approaching previous high at 7,505.
Just waiting here on things here. See if we can find something here to I'm not really liking too much yet. So I mentioned the stock trader almanac. I do know that we're in an area. A little poppy on now. Look at that go.
CELZ shares now halted on a circuit breaker at the highs, $4.08 up 4%. That's Charlie Echo Lima Zulu halted at the
Oh, there is a time here. I remember this one. I'm glad I checked up on Jeff. Maybe we get Jeff to come to our get together. I wonder if Screen Tent's going to remind me. I did get my schedules. Christmas in July starts today. I don't know if this is from yesterday or the day before, but it starts soon here. Christmas in July starts today. Jump on NASDAQ's 12-day mid-year rally. The week after June, triple witching delivers its usual weakness, and the weakness is the setup. Today's open NASDAQ 12-day mid-year rally, driven by quarter-end portfolio adjustments, fresh capital inflows at the start of the new quarter, and improving sentiment headed into earnings season. Picking up Qs. He picked up some Qs and stuff. Since 1985, NASDAQ has averaged 2.5% over the 12 trading days window. That's pretty good. Rally has produced gains in 32 of the last 41 years, 78% hit rate.
After the company announced a 2-year agreement with ByteDance, deploying AI compute to power quantitative research at Future 5 Track.
So that happens right in the beginning of July, right before the July. It goes into the first week of July. Looks pretty good. It's an interesting scenario. All right, so let me get off of that. All right, let's see where we are going here, market. Divergence still looks pretty good. Tesla now starting to feel a little bit better. Google still weak. I don't know about you. It looks like people have taken the 4th of July week off early. All right. All right. Apple here still popping a little. 284 on Apple, looking better. Other stocks that are showing relative strength. We got Tesla here at 411 at the highs of the session. Pod is hanging in there at the highs of the session. Yeah, there is a Discord. Hold on. QBTS here. I'll get you the Discord in a second. See, the M-Face gave it all back. What we're looking at here, QBTS. What are you looking at on what time frame? You actually have a little divergence on the 5-minute time frame right here. You can see the low, and you can see this curling up. And at this point, I just crushed it. That's on the 5-minute. This point right here, you know, you were much higher, even though the price was lower than the previous candles, which were lower. That usually is a good sign for reversal. If you're focused on a stock like that, you should be able to see it. The problem is you got to have your focus on the stock. There's so many stocks you could be looking and scanning for. This is a good divergence. If that's what you're mentioning. If you're mentioning a different time frame, I am getting a registered divergence here on the 9-3. It's a slight one. You can see that low and a little higher low. It's not a very steep one, but it's definitely something on the 5-minute that looks much better. And there's the big move. The big 5-minute move is going right now pretty nice.
INTZ intrusion getting some heavy volume now. INTZ.
Jerry, yeah, I can hear Johnny. I just got a lifetime and would like to start fresh. Where to learn? You're right. Hey, Jerry's. Here, this is where you learn.
Right now up about 380% on CEOZ.
You know, it doesn't happen overnight. You're gonna learn a style, a lifestyle. You know, the most important things here in this trading is being here when the trades are active. The more time you have to be part of the market and make this your life and make it your business, the more opportunities you're going to have. And those opportunities are going to give you, you know, those are the money. That's when you have to work. You know, it's like everybody has their times where they have to work. And the market pays you not on a set schedule. It pays you when we have these setups and you're there to be able to. My job is to identify these and get them to you. Hopefully it happens while I'm in front of the computer. You know, I try to get all the setups out to you, use the Voxer alerts, use anything to get them out there because, first of all, that's the most important thing. We know how well they work. We know the difference. We know what happens when we have a quad rotation. So you don't want to miss that. If I have a quad, this is my last quad right here. Right here is a quad diverge right here. I can't make that stuff up. I can't make this stuff up. That quad, it just sticks under the yellow line with all four of them with a higher rotation on the second bounce. Gives a tremendous bounce. Look at the moves. I mean, this is seeing is believing. The problem is discipline, getting in front of it, not getting bored and over trading areas that are not giving you the full house here. The full house where you're sitting at the poker table and you're waiting for your cards to be dealt. You get your cards, you need to bet them. This is where your money's going to be made. You could fold every other time. So trading is you could be successful trading, but there is sacrifice. And you know, to do it the right way. I mean, on this time frame, it's easier longer. You know, it's very easy to identify something in the daily chart and go put money into it, come back in a month and probably be higher. This is very difficult, extracting money out of these little moves, you know. And when you have something that works so well, it's up to you to wait for that to happen, or else you're going to put yourself in danger of digging into those. It's a combination of discipline, patience, execution. It's very hard. Even you know, at this point, I find myself sometimes chasing the market, you know, or trade out of boredom. You know, you got it. It takes you about, and I'm going to say this because I've traded for 30 years and I've taught since 2007. And, you know, from the people I know, and I've, you know, through my coaching and stuff, I've to talk to hundreds of traders. The majority of traders that I find and the feedback I get, it takes them about 90 days to get into a rhythm where they're starting to make money. And that's by slowing down their trading, controlling their breathing, in a way, being able to get in control of their emotions, understanding it takes a lot of time. It takes, I got to carve that down. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to overtrade. You're going to blow up. You're going to learn from that. It takes a while to learn, and then you're going to do it again. Maybe something's going to work and it's going to trigger. Then you're going to feel better about waiting. And now waiting is leading to you to better setups. And now all of a sudden it switched from being excited about getting in the market to be excited for waiting to get into the market. That's exciting to me, knowing that there's a big divergence right around the corner. I just have to wait for it and make sure I'm there for it. Because I know once I see it, that's the easy money. You're going to make money. It's just that you have to get by all the landmines in the market. Oust is going. Let's go, Oust. I forgot to put that one up on my screen. I think I'm in that. I don't know. I sold. Oh yeah, I bought 50. I sold the NASA yesterday. I sold my ASTS yesterday. ASTS. I sold at 81. What is it at today? AST. It's 85. So it's not bad. Not bad. I'm not feeling that bad about selling. Let me get that up here. I got to get that up. It's not. And I owe people other things. I know I have to do that. Best thing about the lifetime membership, I was going to mention, maybe I'll mention the lifetime membership, which I never promote, but it's great because you get that one-on-one with me. And I'm really, love teaching newer traders who need to get that right. OUST, right? OUST. I think that's it. It just kickstarts everything, puts them on the right path. All the questions could be answered. You come prepared with questions. It's a good night. So it's a thing, and I only offer that really the lifetime members. It comes with your lifetime membership. All right. So yeah. Oh God, it's up 2. It's up 2. All right. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I'm kind of in a rush today for some reason. Oh, this is the one all right, I remember this one. I remember this. Excellent. Like I said, we'd probably be out of this if we went up 2 or 3 points, I said, right? Shit. What am I doing here? F11? You know what? How am I? All right. Shit. I am so behind here. I don't even have my IB up yet. I'm getting my IB up. I can't even get out of it if I wanted to. Just give me a second. I jumped down on the seat and I just started talking stocks. Start doing charts and stuff. I didn't even set up my platform yet. Let me get this thing going. All right. Anyway, that's a good stock. Good stock. Good deal. Someone brought it to my attention yesterday. Appreciate that. I have it on the chart. I'll tell you who it was. OBT. Here's the QBTS after that divergence, by the way. Big pop after the divergence. OUST. Oh, I don't have it down. Oh, yeah, I do. Drewman. I think it was Drewman. There it goes. Here we are. And again, getting that pop here. I think we can even blow through this. This is a good company. It's a good company. Finally getting the groove on. If we get it to get the freaking account open. Oh, I got to do my 2-factor identification. Hold on a second. Oh, so my phone is dead now. So I blew that whole thing up. Battery's dead. I'm sure everyone's trying to contact me at my house. That always happens. All right, it might be a good thing that this is. I'm having a hard time getting my IB open. We'll let this run a bit. $64. Honestly, if it was me, I would probably take this off. Let's see what we could get on it. I think it's a good pop. I think it's worth the pop. It's up against the trend line. It's maybe if it goes a little higher here, and I'm just forced to hold it because I can't get my phone to charge now, and I need to get my two-factor identification going, which I have to do through the phone. If it pops, so I might even hold on to it. I would. If I was. Let's see. Let's watch that. Market here popping. Bam goes the market to the upside. Good Rocket Man song right now. NASA here pushing back up 29.56. It's going to make me regret that selling.
CELZ $4.64 at the high, up about 450% at the highs for CELZ. Charlie Echo Lima Zulu.
All right. Let's see if I still have it. Oh, I hear a coil spring on the scanner. I think I have to send it in again. I hate my phone. I wish I could just throw my phone into the river. I'd have to redo it again.
Coming up, Jones job openings in about 6 minutes, expecting 7.28 million for May, and consumer confidence for June 94.2 expected. That's on the conference board.
Inside of bacon?
No, we don't. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll see.
All right.
Answer that guy. The guy on the chat. He's Ethiopian. There's two Ethiopians that joined. I can't find them on the WhatsApp, but he says that's his username.
All right.
As Chalo. Can I show you or?
Yeah, show me.
Let me show you.
Sorry about that. Oh, God.
You know. You're on the trend.
I still haven't logged in
What's that?
to my IB.
Right.
I fucking
Okay,
hate
go
this.
ahead. Yeah, but I know the guy. I know the guy who's there. So, no, I'll just keep it. Yeah, no, I know the guy who's. I just spoke actually with you only too. So that's his plan too. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, wait, can you go?
What?
You're too loud. God damn, I kick him. I'm going to throw you out the first floor window. You got to get out of here.
Come on, try it.
I'll try. I don't have to try it. I can just blow on you.
Yeah, I know you're tough.
Take a walk. Get off my phone. All right. Ouster, back up here. I'm still waiting to log into my IV. Hold on. All right. We have an interesting trend line, retracement trend line here from earlier to this morning. And it's not a bad short zone here. I think I'll take a short here. Let's take a little short here. Now, kind of my goal was to see a 75.20 print today. This might be a little dangerous come catching the top, but I like that trend line. That's interesting. All right, so now we're looking back here. Give ourselves a little distraction there. Tractor bouncing back up. Weird start to the morning. It seemed like everything was kind of waiting on a decision to do something. OUST here. Now, slowly, my IB's opening up. OUST 50. So we're up $185. All right. I want to hold on to it. I got some cash to spend here. I want to buy something here. I've been taking some profits. Tesla here, not doing much. Pod not doing much. Snowflake acting a little bit better. Net acting a little bit better. Tractor Supply, not much going on there. JCI 143. AVEX looking pretty good.
Less than a minute now, 30 seconds.
Ouster is ousting. Oh, market here popping a little here. Let's see what's going on here. Market popped up here. Kind of, and took out the highs here. Is that the highs?
Audio test of the DTR news channel.
Yeah, we just took out the highs of the day. So this all started with a nice little divergence, right? A little 5-minute divergence early in the morning. Market coming back down, maybe a little blow off there. Now we are quadded up here on the sell side. But that could be dangerous, especially as market starts today. But this is a good trend line. Like I said, we have a little profit on our trade. I'm going to take that $30 really fast. So that brought us up over 100 on good trade there. All right. So, and there was another trend line here too, which if I extend that, you know, we came. This is a lot of congestion up here with these two trend lines. We got through that second one, which we could see how it played out. From late last night, we actually had these divergent lows here, and I put this up here. You know, it was earlier. It was down a little. But because it was a little flushes and we want to really take the closing prices as much, even though this was closed down here, we could probably drop it down. When we came back here and came back to the retest multiple times, that's where it really said, all right, this is going to be our level. Let's throw that in there. And then going out, we just came up to it, and that's why we took that short into it. Well, actually, we came up to it back here and shorted into it. Now we came up to it again right here. Flushed it a little, then came back, and we took our profits. Now it's actually popping here. That's just strong. Look at that 60-10 is going to be embedded. So we're going to wait for our flags to set up now. I'm feeling we might have a good day. Let's take a look at the cash chart one more time. Let's take a look at the cash chart. All right, where's the cash chart, Johnny? But we're not. All right, let's see. Take two. LiDAR grab here, starting to move a little slow though. Oust, we got that. Oh, you know what? I have a list of stocks here we're going to go over. Let's just take a look at the S&P first. The SPX. Yeah. Everything pointing back up. If you take a look at the industrials, the Dow. Oh, I can't bring it up on this. I got to bring it up on. Why can I get that up there? Dow 30. I forgot my Dow does not come up on the trading view here. Anyway, let's see where we're at going here. The Dow, I believe, made new all-time highs yesterday. So that's actually a very good sign to how the Dow and transport's looking good. Good signs for the market. Market's going into rally mode right now. We're kind of lifting. And now we have another trend line above us, which I'm not going to put too much into it. We had one retest of it here. We had a initial pop and a close and a retest, and then we broke through it and it came back and retested it. I mean, it's something. It's something. If the algorithms are out there and they want to grab something, that's something. I gotta get my charts though. $75.30, way up here. Yeah, well, I'm gonna take another short here, but it's very, very. I want to take only a contract up here. You know what? I want to hold off of that, but I didn't mind this 75.30 area. What is that red line we have? Oh, resistance 1 and that higher trend line. Maybe it's just because we didn't tag that trend line. I kind of held off of it. But yeah, I'd rather be short here than long. I got to get the Voxer setups. Hey, Jerry, congratulations. You got a good deal there on that Lifetime. Welcome to the family. And feel free to contribute as much as you want. The more eyes on the market, the better. All right, where are we on our ouster here? I lost track of that. I lost the chart. I lost my mouse. My mouse is gone. I went to oh yeah, grind, baby, grind. We got the grinder.
Information reporting: OpenAI discovers new way to cut inference cost in half.
Wow, cut inference cost in half. We're all in a simulation. Yeah, tilting is you're going to be an issue, but we're going to get by it. You're going to be, like I said, as long as you're here, you slowly get through. This is like AA for traders. One day at a time. These recovering addicts come here to Daytradingradio. All right, grab here a little popper. Medline here, 39, trying to take out that 40. Apple has been showing good relative strength. Take Two Interactive, we love that one. And Ouster going here. Ouster 59. It's going to be hard for me not to take that off around. If we got, for just putting out a dream number, 61 would have me out of this faster than fast. Just as a trade. Otherwise than that, you might want to lock this one down and just put it away and come back in another day, and you're probably going to be higher down this. This will be $75, $79 stock soon. You'll see. It'll work out. You'll see. You'll be excited seeing things that work, and then you'll be more excited for waiting for them. I know how it works. I know the process. I'm going to give you 12 steps after the market. I'm going to send you the 12 steps. That's pretty good idea. Let me write that down. You already have that. I found the other day. My mom's been passed away for a while, but she was a recovering alcoholic. She would call herself. She was sober for like 30 years. It's pretty good. And she was very big into AA. She was big into AA. She was at least over 20 years, 25. She was very proud of that. And she'd always get the coins. And the other day I found one of her coins. I said, holy crap, this is one of her like 5-year coins. They get a coin for how many years you're sober, I think. And I'm surprised I don't have more of those coins. She probably sold them to buy pills. Grab here starting to move. Yeah. How much? I never even thought about it. I never even actually seen one until I found my mom. So I'm like, what the hell is this? What if I bring it to the pawn shop? All right, possible bull flag. NASA here still looking good. NASA making another run for it. The ETF, the space to ETF, we had a good trade on that. It's going a little higher though. Definitely going a little higher. JCI here, ONDS here, pushing. Apple's been strong all day. Netflix here, kind of weak today. If I look at all my charts here, I'm going to show you a couple of my screens. So I have a bunch of screens around me. Here's my one screen up here. I have a trading screen that I trade off of, and then I don't know. I just have a bunch of stocks on one of my screens, and I could easily see what's moving, like the ONDS starting to Apple up on the top. You don't see this banner there. Then I have another screen above that. I have my chat room on. I have all these other stocks. I see the grab there running, but I do a lot of comparisons. Very easy when you have all the stocks next to each other to compare them and see which ones are going opposite the overall markets and stuff. LiDAR pushing a little higher. You can see our grab up here pushing a little higher, 381. I could open that up a bit. Then I have the big screen that I use here. And then I have some other screens.
INTZ intrusion, intraday high now, up 52% INTZ.
One thing I want you to do, Jerry's, start by every trade you take, make sure, this will be the simplest thing to start off with. Just make a checklist of things. And your first thing on the checklist is when you're going long, make sure your 9-3 stochastic is heading up, but it's heading up not above like the 40 line, not above the 50 line. Give yourself, so it should be coming off of the oversold level. You should be analyzing your entries and buying into the weakness. And you should have a reason to buy, not just any reason. Just because it looks oversold and stuff. But let's follow the criteria. But one of the most important criteria is, for whatever reason, even if you take the trade on you had a hunch, make sure your 9-3 stochastic is coming from the 20, coming up through the 20. Maybe it's at 30, but it's pointed up and it's come down and it tagged that 20 and started to turn back up. That's going to give you so much of a better shot at things, automatically. Automatically, you're going to have such a better shot there. Now, of course, you have the other things that are lining up. If you have a 60-10 and a quad, it's a quad 60-10. That's a quad rotation, 9-3, 14-3, 43. You have them all lined up there. That's a quad. I'm just requiring you make sure you have the 9-3. You don't have to have them all lined up, but if you do have them all lined up, it is going to go, and that's going to just help you one trade at a time. Everything will change. Holy crap! Did I say 61? All right. I'm out. I'm going to hate myself. All right, I just took my oust out off here. Got close to 61. I want to sell into that strength. It looks super strong. Let me get the alert out. Maybe by the time people get the alert, they can get out and it'll be much higher with the Rockstar effect. Rockstar effect, alive and well. We profited, how much do we make on $337? Overnight hold. Oh, come on. I'm trying to get the alert out. All right, 61 there. There's ripping here. Oh, I'm gonna hate myself soon. All right. We got GD here, NASA. I'm going to move that over here so it doesn't distract me too much. All right, what's next here? Teledoc, NASA, still showing strength. SpaceX still looks good. NVIDIA starting to turn back up. All right, let's take a look at some stocks here because I have a list of stocks from this week's watch list that we should go over. All right, what am I doing here? Let's actually bring up, sorry for the white screen of nothingness. But let's take a look at some of our poppers this morning again, one more time. See what they look like. Look at the 5-minute time frame. INTZ, intrusion. That actually looks pretty good for $1. It seems to be holding up pretty good. Usually these poppers give it back. If they don't give it back, there's a better chance of these things popping later in the day. BTCT have nothing to do with it. Thank you. No, thank you. CELZ actually popping, starting to rotate back. Creative Medical, Edible, Gardens always gives it back, but it surprisingly had 100% pop today. 100%. Imagine being loaded up on that 20-cent stock. It goes to 40 cents. You double your money. Let's take a look at that daily chart on this. Yeah, it does have those pops sometimes. That's a cedar. That's what we call a cedar. It's just a cheap stock, and eventually you get these pops. And if you're in it at the right time, you have to plant your seeds before the pop. Then you pick the profits. GVH. Globeven, something. Integrated shipping, logistics. 455. Nice pennant formation. I'll put that on there like that. Baya International, 58 cents, actually pushing at the highs here. JEM, Cayman Holdings. So, intrusion. I want to find out what this intrusion does here. Let's give Aura a call here. Can you tell me what stock symbol INTZ does and why it's popping today? And what the outlook looks like?
INTZ is Intrusion Inc., a small cybersecurity company. They have tools like threat intelligence databases, network monitoring, and zero trust solutions, mainly for government and enterprise customers. It's popping today, up around 38% to about 94 cents, because they just announced acquiring Vigil Agent. That deal brings in roughly $3.5 million in annual recurring revenue, over 80 reseller partners, about 1,000 customers, and an AI engine called the Oracle that they're combining with their own data for better threat detection. The outlook's mixed. Analysts have a buy rating with an average price target around $5.25, which is way above current levels, but the company's tiny, market cap under 20 million. It's losing money, and the stock's been volatile with a 52-week range from 66 cents to over $2.60. This acquisition could help scale revenue and push toward profitability, but it's still a high-risk microcap play.
Yeah. All right, so interesting. Here's a daily. Something about it I like. You know what? I'm going to get a little of it. INTZ. I'm going to pick up 300 shares here. All right, just picked up 300 shares. Just a small position, $300 worth. Hey, it could go 30. It could go. It's an interesting. It's an acquisition. It puts real money in the coffers. It's holding its gains today. Yeah, everything looks it fits the it fits all the check boxes or marks all the check boxes. Let me get this out here for you, Cole. All right, I'm getting back in the chat here. Sent that alert out. Are we not? Are we long? All right, we're good. We're not doing anything here on the futures. INTZ. Let me get that up on on my screen here. INTZ, so I can keep an eye on it. All right, well, market here looking continue to push higher here. We're pretty embedded down here on the 60-10s. So we're watching for those rotations on that 9-3. See if we have any decent flags.
In just a couple of minutes at 10:30 to check their outlook and balance that service revenues for sugar.
LiDAR here, a little popper on LiDAR today. Not everything is moving though. It's just the space stocks definitely still have that mojo going here. JCI's acting better. Real steep up here. Real steep. Trying to get a view of this. Going into my banners up on the top here.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
I am hesitant on taking anything against this trend line above us. There might be something here. Which might lead for a little short action here. This might actually be something. Yeah, look at that. We're right up against this trend line, an older trend line, squeezed right up against that. Oh, interesting, huh?
Dallas Fed Texas Services Sector Revenue Index 9.8 in June versus 5 in May. General business activity outlook 2.9 in June versus minus 7.7 in May.
Another thing, you got to be very careful with shorting a strong market. That's putting yourself out there. Sometimes I just wait, wait for my pullback, wait for my setup, not trying to try to like catch that falling knife, that reverse knife, that that throw knife up in the air. But market here gaining some strength. Hey, Jimmy, let me grab some ice here, and then we're going to go over the stocks that were on this week's watch list, just to kind of update you on what looks good now. This market is moving here. I'm staying away from the futures right now. Staying away. I'm getting a little hungry here, too. All right, I'm going to sit down here.
Copper Tech Metals postponing its IPO to market conditions. Supreme Court rules against
Hey, Jimmy, so I just read about your dad. Sorry to hear that. Prayers go out to him. Tell him the traders at the chat room. Tell them to get well soon. All right, we're starting to gain some. All right, 75.40. 75.40 here. Do we have anything out here that I might have missed? We might have to get Racer in here. We're going to take a look at Racer's updated charts. He has an updated levels here for us. He likes has some good charts. SPCX looking good. Service now starting to come back up here. It took a while to kind of take a couple of days to launch on this. Pod is showing relative weakness, which you don't like. I had a couple bites of my sandwich there, so we can stick around a little longer. We're actually only the first hour has gone through the day. I was looking at the market. I said, "Is it 12:30 yet?" It says 10:30. Jesus, what happened? Why did time slow down? All right, so we're going to go over some stocks here. I'll take one more bite here, and then I'm good to go. All right, back here with you now. All right, so let's go over a few stocks here. And I had I put out a great list this week, and you can find that list. And let me talk about the markets right here. All right. On that first pullback, a lot of people see this pullback and they'll try to grab a short. All right. The majority of the time, you just don't make a bottom like that. The market will bounce back up here. You either put in a double bottom, what we call, or a lower high, or even a higher high. Basically, you have three choices, but you're going to most likely get that bounce. That's why it's hard. A lot of shorts get in here thinking, "Oh, we caught the top," but the market puts in tops by retesting tops and then failing, and that's when we use stochastics to really understand the momentum and how that momentum is. So I never really like trading the first drop and trying to time that first drop. I like to let that first drop bounce, right? Bounce back up, and then we could time that next thing, because that's what we need to do to see a bottom be, not in this case, a top being put in. Tops and bottoms the same way. You get a low, then you get a lower low, and then it pops, and you see that rotation back here. So this is, and this could even be a bull flag, which I'm sure it's got very close to triggering a bull flag here. That's another thing that you have to be careful on. You know, these things rip right back up, especially in a very strong market, because the shorts are in it, and all of a sudden they feel, uh-oh, and they have to cover, right? And when they're covering, what they're doing is buying. And buying plus more buying, shorts covering plus people who are buying causes that market to continue to go up. And we call that, you know, adding fuel to the fire. The Netflix here is showing relative weakness. Pod here, PODD, showing relative weakness. TTD, I hate to tell you, is one of my best bets. It's actually showing relative weakness here. This still doesn't get out of its own way here. It was holding 18. It's back to 1766. So I have to say that, and again, I'm not a big fan of that, other than giving it a shot here because it was so grossly oversold. But this, you know, software stocks could be scary with Anthropic coming for them. So let's go through these stocks. Let's go through them now. All right, so we're in that one. We just got in that. All right. Oh, you know what I was going to show you? I was going to show you something else. ADD is kicking in.
INDI, the August 5.5 calls trading.
I don't know which one is. I don't know which one is on or not.
That's in the semiconductor popping to the highs, $4.31. India, remember Delta. India.
All right. I just wanted to show you. This is actually. Let me refresh this one more time. This is the picture of the site. I'll have the site up here. Up on the top of your site, you'll see these links. Now, the latest link here, I put out a webinar last night. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's a webinar on the 60-10. So go to your playbook. Oh, Ouster going now. Great, Ouster. So you go to your playbook, and right on there, you're going to see cheat sheet and webinar for the 60-10 stochastic band. Why can't I see this? Oh, I got to move this over here. Hold on. Cheat sheet and webinar for the 60-10 stochastic band. I put that out last night. It can be found in the playbook area. And what's good about it in the playbook area, if you click on that, you have the video here, but you have all the cheat stuff that you need to know. Everything. It's like a little mini course here for that 60-10 and how I set up the stochastics and everything about the video broken down into sections of what the video does. This kind of to help you along. I call it the cheat sheet with this. All right, that's all there in the forum. Now, trial members get that too, so help yourself to that over there. Now, what I wanted to show you here is if you go to the watch the HPS video here, that's this week's video, and you'll see it underneath it, the watch list summary. This is pretty much a breakdown to all the stocks that are on the watch list, giving you the levels of my position, areas to look for, why I'm liking it. Just little notes that'll help you understand what I'm looking at. It's just in reference. This all references what we go over in the video. So I'm just going to go over these with you right now. I'm going to pull this over to the side, and we're going to go through each one of these on the charts here. All right, so TTD, I mentioned, I liked it here. It did pop a little yesterday, then kind of rotated back down. Might be putting in a nice divergence here. As you can see, this candle is down pretty good, but the stochastics didn't turn over, actually turning back up. I think this might actually turn out to be a nice divergence here. Something about this stochastic here that's leading me to believe that there is underlying strength in the market, even though we had these last 2 days been selling that had no selling in the stochastics. So we're going to watch this over the next couple of days. We're in down here. I mean, I'm not worried. Look where this thing came from. $150. It's $17. I'm not worried about this. We're going to make money on this trade. It's just the picking of the perfect entry is going to be the hardest. But now it's starting to set up. I see this here confirm this divergence. We're doubling down on this. This is nothing. PayPal, PYPL. Had a nice 2-day run. Friday, pull back to the trend line. You know what? It's in this downward channel. Hasn't broken out of it yet. We're kind of extended here. I think we're very close to break it out. I felt I lost. I felt I missed the boat on this the other day. Now it's back down. The boat has come back to port here for a second. I'm going to give it a day, but I'm going to keep it on here. This is one I'm very close to getting into. Very, very close. Service now. We're in this one just recently. Here, and it popped, and it's kind of holding. It's a little pullback today. So just feeling that in the markets. I just want to look at Microsoft for a second. Yeah, it is what it is. Today's kind of a breather. And then we have, what else we have? The Take Two. We have the Nervous Now. The Nervous Now. We should start calling it. Yum Brands. Did an update yesterday on the webinar. I think I mentioned Yum Brands as being a buy today for anybody who's out there. This looks really good. I mean, holding the trend line, continue to push up. We're breaking out of the downward channel. A lot of these are based off the weekly too, so this still looks good. Microsoft, we went over that. AMT, I decided to pass on this, but I wanted to, I'm just going to go back on it. I said, we're coming down to the lower part of the range. It's not my favorite. It's actually a dual divergence, but it did, look at this. It did break down here. I don't have a position, not interested in it. Curious to go back and see what happened to it. Net's fine, off that trend line was fine. All right, next up, I put car on the list to review and watch at this level as it kind of climbs this trend line. And we are holding that trend line pretty good. And it seems we might actually launch off of it and start heading up to new highs. I don't have a position on this. Amazon, AMZN. We liked it on just the oversold quad divergence. It's right here. I mean, it is what it is. And a big pop on that.
Would require nearly all aircraft in civilian airspace to use ADS-B systems. That's from the Wall Street Journal.
This is interesting. The Figster. This is an interesting one. And the recent IPO has just been selling off. What point did they get a little bounce here? So I liked it a couple days ago with the reversal candle. It did pop. But like a lot of stocks today is kind of a rest day. It's pulling back a little. Do they hold the lows? No position, but definitely might be a gamble trade. Las Vegas Sands, LVS. I marked it down because it's a beautiful channel. We have we have an alert down here at 43.22. 43.22. We have a buy alert down here. Maybe we buy, maybe we don't, but it hasn't gotten down there. Take Two Interactive, TTWO. You know, I told you where that's going. That's going higher into GTA 6. Grand Theft Auto 6 going to be released. They're going to be coming out with numbers soon if they haven't come out already. Maybe they did a couple days ago because it gapped up. Grab. Let's take a look at the Grab. It was on the watch list. Grab coming out of the consolidation there, starting to ramp a bit. Little pop and a little drop and a hold. We need to close above the, look at this tight consult. We need to close above this downward trend line. That's what I would like to really see. We keep on closing kind of on it or under it. Yesterday looked like we were going to do that, but we didn't. I think any day here, this is going to pop any day. Oh, man. It's going to be PayPal. So Six had a rumor of $3 billion in pre-orders. That's a rumor, huh? It's almost like they might have put something out. $3 billion in pre-orders? I mean, come on. That seems a little high. So there was a video leak. I can see that happening.
ENPH and Phase Energy falling here on volume now. I can remember Papa Hotel down 1.3%.
They're saying semiconductor stocks now account for a record 19.7% of the S&P 500.
Justice Alito retires from the Supreme Court. That
All right.
according to NPR.
Yeah, Rockstar Gaze.
Fed's hammock said job market depending on full employment growth. Looks good out on CNBC. Inflation is still too high. Fed may need to consider rate hikes. We'll go into Fed meetings with open mind. More prejudge outcomes. Core inflation has been elevated, not just in an energy story. Sees a broad-based story for high inflation. Core services inflation has been high. Worries what higher rates could do to the rest of the economy. Consumer sector has shown resilience. If consumer data holds up, Fed policy may not be restrictive enough. AI investment has put forward upward pressure on inflation. Support that central bankers are transparent about reaction function. That's from the Cleveland Fed president.
Could you count this coil on the minis? Yeah, it has a little coil to it. Yeah, I mean, it does have that 60-10 waiting on it, and this is kind of waiting for it. This actually does look like a good quad that's setting up. Let's make sure let me get that out to everyone.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
All right, traders, it is coming up on 11:07, and actually, it's just 11 o'clock here, and the market has pulled back. We're just about in a quad rotation zone. We'll pull back to the 200. The VWAP's right underneath at 75.13. We're at 75.20, and a steep, pretty good channel off the highs. So again, it looks like a small coil. But we're in an area where we're probably going to start to see some type of bounce. We're getting a bounce right now. I'd watch for a divergence setup or that test of that VWAP down the road a bit, and or maybe confirmation of a good quad. We're just borderline on the quad. Our 60-10 is at 28. Sometimes we don't have to go underneath 20. Sometimes the market's just too strong and it doesn't get down there. But just to get the alert out there, we're close to possible a decent bounce here. And it might be a little late on that, on the alert going out on that, because it's bouncing while I'm talking. But this to get people in front of their computers to a point where if the market comes back down and puts in a divergence, you at least understand this is where it's going to happen. Now, one of the things I find myself having an issue with, used to have an issue with, is when I see the 220 right underneath us, I expect the market always to test that. But what happens is these signals are actually bigger, and we don't have to touch those. And I find a lot of times it becomes very close to it. We're not going to touch it. And we just bounce off of it. Maybe down the road we come back down to it. But this has nothing to do with waiting on this. It has more of the understanding that this is a quad coil, slight coil to it. You have a low, kind of coiled up there. I would consider that a coil. Thing is, sometimes this will be tricky. You get down to, do you get down to that 20 line? Maybe you got to 25. Where do you draw that line on this? I usually draw that line where the line is to make sure it's underneath it. There will be times you miss this, which you probably are right now. Sometimes you buy into that. Sometimes I buy into that quad if it's just in a nice channel or down here and willing to ride it down here and then buy a contract here and then buy another here and then you get cost average here and then next thing you know, you're taking off. Different ways to approach this. Fact is that the quad is just about there. Quad was just there. Now we had to remember whenever we have a channel breakdown and a channel move up, actually something like that. That would probably be something like that. When we have a channel breakdown, when we have a channel, the low of the channel that broke up becomes a pivot. When we have another pivot here of another channel, these pivots all line up. So we actually have a pivot here now, here and here. And we're going to extend that out. And then we're chopping around that section again. I'm going to keep these lines here. I know it could be a little tough to read. Really, I'm just focused on this underlying one. See how we react to these eventually. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. What do I have just on AC/DC all day? I got to switch this up a bit. Yeah, I have best of AC/DC. Dawi, what'd you put on here? AC/DC 24/7? Sorry about the AC/DC overload. Now I put it on my special playlist.
AMD popping to the highs, 565.99, up about 5%. Alpha Michael Delta. INTC Intel also popping to the highs, 138.99, up about 5.5% for Intel. INTC.
Amazing Intel. And didn't Pelosi just get in that? Yeah. Let's take a look at that JCI here again. Big pop on JCI. Probably ready to make its move here soon to all-time highs. Service now a little weaker. All right, got a nice pop here on JCI. I think we're going to make that run to JCI soon. Run to the all-time highs and a breakout.
Now we report that NPR has retracted their Alito retirement story.
What was this thing about this story from NPR? All right. No, Sniper. I'm glad that they getting called out. You know, I was curious what the story was that they were trying to push their propaganda. That is the worst station ever. Man, I put that on sometimes, like I'm in my kitchen or something. I say, Alexa, play me the news. And it'll play the news from NPR. And it's just like, oh my God. You could just smell the bias.
8202. That's Kilo Oscar.
Oh, Justice Alito retires from Supreme Court. All right. So, all right. So they reported something that wasn't official yet. I heard something. I didn't catch it. Thank you very much for updating me. All right. Did that just happen? On the Lou on Tesla. Tesla had a nice bounce the last couple of days. It's been acting really strong. It sure hasn't been affected by that. But it might be something to watch.
CELZ popping here again now, up about 180% off the earlier highs.
A little more volume and grab. Come on, grab. Let's go. Grab it and go. Grab and go. Market there going. That 75.40. See how thick that line is up there? It's because there's two trend lines that converge there. There's an old 1, 2, 3 channel back here that kind of tested here again and then tested here again. And then there's one over here, which is pretty good. This one right here. So these intersect right there around the 75.40 area. Kind of where we got up to the last time.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel. Looking at this JCI again, the big day we're having in it and how far it pulled back and how we're so close to now breaking out, but our stochastics are just starting to turn. We have a lot of room to run now and easy enough momentum from the turn here and the momentum that shifted down and we're shifting back up on this big day that it's just starting, that we should easily get a breakout here soon. And almost even we considered a divergence here as the price here it's a little lower than that candle. Let me see if that's a reversal. Kind of like that. That's what I'm looking at here. But it's hard to, I don't know if that's going to be exactly set up right. No, not really. Anyway, not a divergence, but I mean, the stochastics in itself is just turning back up. Looks fine. This might surprise everyone with their database work. Google here popping a bit here. Google trying to get back up to the highs of the session. Go, Google, go. Oh, let's take a look at IBM. Good call there, Lou. Let's see what we got on IBM. I haven't looked at that one in a while. I like IBM as a quantum play. Yeah, I kind of lost track of it here. I did look at it a couple of weeks ago, and it was perfect. And now we're setting up, and we're kind of getting back up. We're a little extended though on the daily. I mean, I'd love to be in the weakness, right, and catch all this, and then have to worry about should I hold it or should I get out instead of just should I get in and test fade here. But I like this one overall. I think it's ready to go too. I think we could get this move back up. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. No rush. I don't think there's a rush on this, but it does look better. Didn't really sell off too hard here. Looks pretty good. Still waiting for that TTT to reverse. Maybe we get a little reversal here today. Starting to move back up a bit, huh? TTD did? The trade desk? Well, I'm never, I don't believe in analysts move stocks too much. I mean, actually, those things usually come in right at the bottom when they had a nice little downgrade. Oh, yeah, you downgraded it now. Where were you at $150 or where were you at $50? And, all of a sudden they were at their last target was $50 and now they downgraded. So, you know what? Our target now is $20. But either way, it is a weaker stock. Not a that's a tough stock to get into. We'll watch it today. Anything that's not working, it falls into that category. ServiceNow is down here. They consider it pretty cheap, but yeah, it's not really moving. People put the money in things that are working for them. If it's not working, you might have to hold it until it starts to work and people get interested in it. I mean, all right, here goes the market. We're up against that 75.40 area now. Market here very close to the highs, I should say. The highs here. What time is it now? 11:30. Snowflake, Ouster pulled back to 61. Google, Apple. All right, 11:34, 11:35 here. We're up against the 75.40 area where there's a dual trend line that converges here. It's almost an X marks the spot, but we're also at the highs. The market's showing tremendous strength here. So if we're looking for a little pullback, this might be an area to watch, but I am not taking anything here. That last buy signal, the quad rotation, as close as we got to the quad, it moved up off of that quickly as we made the announcement of that. And now we're back into an overbought level, entering a quad sell zone up against the trend line. Again, 75.40 area up here. If you're a good place to take profits, your short will be short-term lived. If you do get a short up here pulling back, make sure you take it off on the first rotation. I don't know if that all went through or not. I'm gonna have to Our internal divisions in Iran are complicating peace talks in the U.S. President Mossad Pezeshkian is seeking the release of frozen assets to support the economy while the Revolutionary Guard is demanding control of the strait. Hello, I've seen analysts downgrade the buyout. Why did you pursue Iran's diverging prior to ship peace talks? Well, yeah, we kind of figured something like that, right? So you have a trend line, you have a quad trend line here. It qualifies for a short, but I'd be very careful on how fast you hold that short in. It might even burn you by pushing higher. The market seems kind of strong here, like it wants to go a little higher. Coming up on lunch hour. It's 11:30. NASA pushing back up to the highs. General Dynamics to the highs. Google pushing out the highs. Apple pushing out the highs. Little bounce in Netflix. Tractor getting a little bounce. Snowflake, a decent bounce back up towards the highs. And the market here right up here. NASA, like I said, near the highs. Tesla, 415, just banging against the highs. And SpaceX, 171 here. One back all the way to 170s. Nice. My sister's back in a profit on this, I think.
GBH, Global Then Holdings popping into the highs, up about 47%. Golf Victor Hotel.
They got to be tough there in Iran. You know, I don't know, you know, where they're getting their food, where they're getting their clean water, medical. Can you go to the doctor still there? Is things running? I wish the people could just take over. Like, so watch, maybe might see a little divergence here. Maybe we get a little watch. This is what we look for. So we're armed. The stochastics are armed. All four stochastics are oversold, are armed. That's what the scanner is telling us. Now, when we start to pull back, we're gonna watch the pullback here on that 9.3. This is staying embedded. So there's a couple possibilities we're gonna be watching. We're watching that how it drifts down. One of the possibilities is a little fast, little spike higher, but the stochastics don't turn higher. Or we rotate down quicker on that 9.3, but we don't really give it up too much on the 60-10, and we find ourselves down at the 20. And that would be a nice bull flag. I think both of these bullish scenarios are going to play out. It's just that how far do we pull back? We pull back a little, or we just go. Pod's starting to move back up a bit. Take Two Interactive. Take Two is at the highs of the session here. TTWO at the highs.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
All right, well, here we are. Kind of a grind here. Teledoc here, 865. Uh-oh, my son's calling me. That means he probably wants lunch. Hey, buddy. Oh, all right. That wasn't good. I did. That was fine. He didn't ask me to go get him lunch. He's working out at the pool, um, the lifeguarding. But he said he ran into someone at the pool that he thinks it was in a movie. He was asking me, "What was that movie?" I said, "I don't know. I can't read your mind that good." This is the movie where they were sitting there and the guy shot the bullets at him and they missed all the bullets. He missed all the bullets. I said, Matrix? I said, when he leans back and all the bullets go past him and stuff. He goes, no, not that one. And I'm thinking, what's another one that they shoot him and they miss all the bullets? The bullets miss all the people. I said, oh, Pulp Fiction. It's when the kid comes out of the bedroom and he shoots out of it. He goes, yeah, that's it. This guy's in Pulp Fiction. I said, who? Well, you have to go find out who he is. He goes, I'll let you know. I'm going to text you. Market flagging out here. You can feel it. You can feel the strength. Can you believe that, Cherry? I mean, sometimes I watch those those movies and people being shot at. I was watching one the other day. I was watching Tracker. I watched this show Tracker. I think it's on Paramount or something. I watched it on Amazon, and I like it. It's my type of thing. I like the outdoors guys. That he could find anybody. He gets hired. He gets paid. And every episode's a new case, and someone comes to him. It's usually sketchy. He's not involved in the cops. He doesn't do anything with the cops. He doesn't like to have the cops involved. But sure enough, every time he's going to find someone, he's killing so many people, and people are trying to kill him. And the other day, he was being shot at by like 5 different people with machine guns, and he's hiding behind a dumpster, running from dumpster to dumpster, not getting shot. And then he ends up shooting 4 of them. And the next scene is the cops are there, and he's going away. He never goes down to the police station, file a report. There's that little divergence here. Let's take a shot here. Let's take a little shot here. Only just a contract. Oh, I got to get that alert out to everyone. We got a cell divergence here with a stop at the highs here. Stop at the highs. All right, guys, let's stop talking politics in the room. Come on. If it's getting a little out of hand, let's kind of straighten out. Fly right.
Shares halted at the lows $1.62 on EXGO. That's pricing.
All right, you got a fast rotation down to the 20 line. And again, if you had a couple contracts, it's probably worth a little bit more on this. You got a couple points on this. Now you could go low. It's a divergence. It could go lower. I'm not saying it's not. It's just that you're going to get a move with a divergence. How big the move, and this is what the basis of the video last night was. Also, it's just really identifying the levels, knowing what to look for. Look for that little pop, little rotation down, and then jump on that, and then get your profit and get out. And there'll always be better setups coming along. this is a very strong market. So if you're short in a strong market, you got to be faster on taking those profits. I want to take a profit right there, and I want to take the profit right here. So I took $16 off of each of those. The calculation on the scanner is delayed, so it's not giving me the proper calculations, but you can see the amounts are right. So a great example, a great live trade right there off of the divergence. And now this is a great example of what we're waiting for. Once we get to that quad, what we're waiting for is that little spike higher, but no reaction on this on this. And that turns back over. And that's exactly what happened here. And once we saw that, oh, it was game on. Now we got that rotation down. I think the odds kind of shift because of the strength in this market. The odds give us an opportunity. But because it's a quad divergence, there is also a bigger opportunity for a further pullback. So, that's probably the hardest thing right here. Do you take your profits here, which you can, or maybe take partial profits, move your stop down, break even. But that break even stop typically gets taken out on the bounce. Just do what has to be done each and every time. And to make the real money is you gain confidence, and then you gain confidence to add to your position. So instead of whatever that was, $17, $16, if that was just an ES, it would be $160. If it was 2 contracts, it would be $32. It would be, $50 from 3 contracts or whatever the amount is. But you got to take it off. You got to take your profits off. That doesn't count. Just look at that yellow line here. What happened here? We got down to the yellow line. What happened? Boom. It took back all your profits. They took back all your profits now because you probably didn't have the best entry unless you knew what you were looking for. And that's why you're selling it. You're selling, or excuse me, you're covering into that weakness. Right when it touches that 20 line, I know that there's a better shot for a bounce, especially if that 60-10 is higher. Why gamble? If you're giving me free money, I'll take it. If it continues to go lower, that's fine, because I'll know that this setup happens over here. It happened over here. I'll just have to wait for the next setup. It's not going to happen during lunch, though, which I want to take here. I want to take a deserved lunch today. But please, I give John C. is kind of a moderator in the room. He doesn't take too much crap. So let's please stop with the political discussion from now on. I'm going to give him full reign. If he doesn't like it, he's going to kick you. Sorry to put you in that position, John. I just gave him like made him bad cop. I'm a good cop. He's bad cop. All right, let's go on. So again, you got that little bounce. And now remember, we have a divergence here. What's one of our rules of a divergence? Divergences, you have a top of a divergence. Stage 1 is a high. Stage 2 is a higher high. Stage 1, the low, and stage 2, the high, is usually the width of the divergence, or usually the width of the new channel that we start to develop. And most of these channels will be, similar to what the market's been giving us. So if it does look like it makes sense here, then it probably does make sense. It probably is a good reason to understand why that width is there. Oops, I just kicked my butt on this. Thanks, John. Signs that point to this rally actually continuing. That's a good point. Good point on that. The question is, would you say that today's strong green volume open, lack of the 950 reversal on both flags, or sign of potential rally continuing? Yeah, I would say that I haven't looked at the bigger, really did an analysis of the 60 period time frame and see what overhangs us. I haven't done an analysis of the Fibonacci areas and stuff to see if there's any big resistance zones here. We did look at the daily chart. Well, I'm going to look at the SPY chart, actually. We'll just look at the SPY. Oops, I messed up here. Hold on. So, all right. Everything looks good on the daily. I mean, I can see this market rally. We're just and if you haven't heard or weren't here this morning, we're in the middle of what we are called Christmas in July. Christmas in July. Let me see if I give Jeff Hirsch a call here. The person in. I just reached out to Jeff Hirsch, stock trader almanac. A lot of people have been telling me about his latest thing, so I want to try to get him on the air here. Would you? Yeah, we could do that here. Grab here, making a move here, 384. We got that nice flag. We got what defeats the divergence, the bull and bear flag. We got a pullback on the 9-3, which was good. It took our little short off. We did the right thing, and now it pushed a little higher. Now we reset. We reset into a quad rotation here. Quad, quad, quad.
FPS, Foxtrot Papa Sandy, Investors Business Daily Screenshot to buy.
All right, let's take a look at the Forex Factory calendar here.
Trump administration preparing aid funding for small and mid-sized meat packers. Agriculture Department plans up to $500 million in payments to support meat processing. Excludes Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef.
Excludes them. What are the ones that they're going to do? All right, so here's our little calendar. And again, not much else going on today. We have the API weekly record high meat price. That's exactly right. Slaughtering cattle. That sounds. I'm always researching, right? And I know that Trump was talking about this a few weeks ago, talking about the meat farmers bringing back down the cost of meat. And that reminded me, I said, man, meat is expensive. You know, I have a family that eats a lot of steak. My son loves steak. My daughter likes steak. I like steak. So whenever I go get food, it's like steak 3 times a week. And the steak is expensive. And just for steak, I'm paying $100. Just for steak. For dinner. So I took the pictures. This is what I wanted to show you what's going on at my grocery store here. So I don't know if you can compare this to where it's going on here. And I realized how cheap pork is. Pork is pretty cheap compared to steak. Boneless pork chops, $5.99 a pound. All right. But look what I'm dealing with here. I'm dealing with the boneless pork. This is all the pork. This is the place I go get my meat. It's really good. But this is what I'm getting the prime New York steak strip, $29.95 a pound. That's what I usually get. I get a New York strip, but my son, all right, and then the ribeye, look at that bone-in ribeye, $35 a pound. $35 a pound. It's prime though. You know, there's not many places, grocery stores, you can get prime meat. This is a kind of a specialty, but it's still that is expensive when you think that prime bone-in ribeye, $35 a pound versus pork, $5.99 a pound. I don't have the skirt steak. I thought I had the skirt steak. I didn't get a picture of that.
Shares of Tyson Foods on that exclusion from the administration's funding for meat
I'm going to become a pork eater.
Carmel is at the lows, HRL.
So I'm gonna keep track of that and see if the price of meat does come down. I have this locked. I do have that.
Bounced off the lows now.
I do have that in my photos, so I could always go back and reference that. I have to remember that. Yeah, I prefer to go to, like I said, this is a specialty grocery store. It's not like a ShopRite. I don't like the meat at the regular grocery stores. I guess it's called Choice, or what's it? Choice. So I did my research on this. I'm like, wow, this meat is real good. I said, why is it so good? He goes, it's Prime. I said, what's the difference between Prime and Choice? I mean, it looks the same to me, but there was a big difference. And then I'm like, well, it's so easy that someone to sell me what's called Prime and make it Choice. It's like, I wouldn't know the difference looking at it. So I go to this one place which consistently has good meat. I mean, you could taste the difference. It might be $10 difference in the price per pound. Oh, yeah, seafood. If I could get them to eat seafood, they would. My son has tried it. My daughter, not yet. We don't do too much seafood. I do seafood when I go. I eat tuna almost, 3 times a week for lunch. And I love sushi, so I do enough fish. I do more fish than anything. All right, we have a little kind of a high, a high. The George Lane there's a concept called 3 pops to a top and 3 dives to a bottom. And lots of times we'll see 3 pops, 1, 2, 3 before it rolls over. This looks a little like a 3 pop type of setup here. I wonder if this 3rd pop will kind of give us a little pullback. Not that I wanna, I would love this market just to kind of grind in higher and take us with it. Yeah, you know what? My wife she shies away from meat. She's more of a chicken. She's really into vegetables. My daughter likes vegetables too, but she does like steak. She likes she loves steak. So I'm glad she does.
BLDP Ballard, July $5 close trading.
I gotta. All right, so we got our trend line. We got a big trend line. 1 through 3, 1 2 3 pattern. A 1 2 3 pattern. 1 2 3. This little triangle here is our 1 2 3. When you have 2 trend lines or 2 pivots on one side, you extend that all the way out. Now that you have one strong, one good confirmed 2-point line, you parallel that line, you put it to the top pivot of the uptrend. In this case, it's usually between the 2 bottom pivots. If it's a rising trend line, it's usually between these 2. Now, it's not this one because this one's higher, but it lines up perfectly. See how that lined up perfectly to this one and then to that one? That really confirms that. It's a perfect setup there. And we don't need this anymore. I don't know what that is there. So we're going to clean that up. We were using this before, but that's done. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this. 1 2 3, or 1 2 3. This 2 lines, this line versus that line, and now we're in the middle. We're in the middle of this whole pattern. Eventually, we're going to touch the top part of it or the bottom part of it, and that's probably going to be a very good setup. Yogi, I have been working on a algorithm to kind of identify trend lines. There's some out there that auto identify trend lines, but they're not great. They're not like what I could do with my eyes. You know, 'cause I could always adjust it. I know the markets, and I know how good trend lines. And if I show you a good channel line, you won't see it mostly on automated trend lines. So until I could put that in a formula and really identify those, I have to do it. I have to do it visually. So I started working on an alert system for trend lines, where if I do have a good one on the daily, like I'll give you an example. I'll look at NET. So NET was a trend line alert. So I might identify this 1, 2, 3, 4, this beautiful channel, and extend this line out and make this trend line all of a sudden alert. So now I developed a back-end system in Daytradingradio that if I have an alert or I have a good trend line on a daily stock, I click that. I create. Oops, sorry, the wrong one. I have it a different. I do it on TradingView, actually. But I'll set the alert there, and it goes into the system. And now I have it pop up on your dashboard when a stock that's in our trend line alert zone, and I'll continue to scan through my charts. And if I see something that I recognize that needs to be bought, if we do pull back to it, I'll put it in there. And then if it ever does pull back to it, it's going to pop up on your dashboard as a trend line alert. So they're active now. I just activated them a couple days ago. Just testing it out first time. Some people might have seen the net one. I don't know if you got to see the net pop up on your screen. You might have seen trend line alert on your scanner. I'm going to update that with some new trend lines tonight to kind of make sure that works properly.
Supreme Court agrees to air challenge the laws banning assault rifles.
And how you could see that. These are all the pictures. This is my son down at the Nick Parade. He was there. He was very close. This is where the parade came by. This is where he was standing. So he was really, really close. He was right there. Look at that. That was crazy. I give him a lot of credit for going down there for the Nick Parade. I give him a lot of credit. They left at 5 o'clock in the morning. They took the ferry across from Hoboken. So they took the Hoboken down to Wall Street and then hiked in, climbed a fence, snuck in. They were. All right, I was like, you encouraged them to do that? I said, I would have done it. I said, as as a kid, I would have gone down there and tried to got to the parade. What are they going to do? Big deal. You try to get in. I'm trying to get in. He's not doing anything, Leo. They end up going to a building and coming out the other side of the building and coming into the parade route. I said, that was genius. He goes, yeah, but we ran into a security guard and we told him we were looking. He goes, what'd you do? He goes, well, before we went in there, we researched what companies were in that building. I said, that's the right. I said, always have a plan before you go in. And they got in there, but they got stopped by the security guard. They said, what are you guys looking for? He goes, we're looking for biolabs. 4th floor. He goes, so they had to go up in the elevator. They go all the way to the roof. They get off on the roof. They're able to look down on the parade ground. They go up there. You know what they see? You know what my son sees? There's a sniper up there. There's police up there. He goes, I couldn't believe it. So we ran downstairs and we came down and we went out the opposite door. which brought us across the building into the parade route, so we were able to sneak in. He said he saw a sniper on top of the building. That's crazy. Market area on the grind here. What was I just going to show you? Something. Oh, I was going to show you the trend line alerts. Custom dash. Let me see. Income. Get your license. Trader Rockstar. Home. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
DSX and GNK Data Shipping announcing extension of financing to support acquisition of all outstanding shares
here
of
it is.
Genco
All right.
Shipping and Trading.
Oh, you can't get it. Yeah. What's going on?
GOOGL, Google announcing general availability. I'm not open at it too late. That's GOOGL.
Uh-oh. We gotta fix this.
LGCL popping to new highs, $2.28 right now, for about 160% of the highs. Charlie Lima.
All right. ASTS here popping back up, looking better. JCI pushing back up here. AVEX are looking very strong. NASA lifting off. Yep. All right. It's 12 o'clock. Let's take a break. Let's take a lunch break. I want to do some things here.
Green flag identifier. Possible code flag. 60 to 10 embedded above 80. Price is above the 20 EMA.
All right. What do we got next here? Yeah, I want to take a break. I was just doing some work. I'm trying to get I had an issue with the trend line alert. I'm fixing that. But that's a new thing that's coming to everyone. All right, let's take that lunch. I'll be back at 1. What time is it? 13? Maybe 1. Right around 1. back. We're back. We're back to a trend line, it looks like. Oh. All right, I'm sitting back down, right on the trend line. All right. Right on the trend line there. Beautiful trend line. Just sit back down here. Thanks for the break. Oh, man. Maybe X is looking good. TTD's a little bounce. Not much of one. Hey, good morning, Racer. Good to see you in the room. Hey, I was mentioning to you before, seeing if you have any updates on your support resistance lines. I haven't talked to you about your charts here and see what your latest lines are. If you want to share that, I have. I just got to stand up a second, but if you want to get that together, I'll look at it right when I sit down. Give me 2 minutes.
Coming up after the close today, earnings from NKE Nike at 4:15. Also, earnings from STZ, Constellation Brands.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
CALX, Calix, tip on Tuesday. I need a Calix 120 drive. 92 MPS higher and accelerate the delivery of differentiated experiences as Charlie Alpha Lima X-Ray. BA Boeing, SPIA aims to negotiate 2 collective bargaining agreements with Boeing, one for some 13,000 engineers, another for 4,000 technical workers. That to begin on July 1st. That's SPIA Boeing.
All right, back here with you. Thanks. All right, we got let's see what we have here. We have a little pullback here. A decent trend line on top. A little tight trend line on the bottom. We'll keep it like this. All right, let's see what we got. So we're gonna do some. I got some stocks I want to just look at here. This actually has a nice pop back up to 23, which we expected. Still want to hold on to that. If you still have that, that still looks good. Where are we at? All right. So we're going to do some scans here. Look at the pullback in Blackstone here. This is pretty decent pullback down here. It's a nice trend line. It's right on a big trend line here. I got a little divergence oversold on the 9.3, 14.3 dual divergence happening here. It's actually the first. I haven't ever traded Blackstone, but this is not looking that bad here. 110, 116. Let me write this one down on a new list. BX. I'll come back and do a little research on that, see where that's setting up. Not bad at all. All right, next one, LDOS. Another one that's got cut in half here. Cut in half. ALB. Lithium, right? I think I used to trade this one a bit. Lithium play. That's nice. That ALB here. I'm going to write that one down too. I'm going to actually put a couple on our watch list midweek, it looks like. This is pretty good too. We're starting that we had a dual divergence here. And now we have a new dual divergence off a lower trend line, the 200 period moving average right here. We had a dual divergence over here, which kind of led to this nice upward move. This had a little dual divergence 3-day pop. And we're starting to see a divergence play out here. What am I listening? Who's controlling the music today? There's some violent stuff going here. What's going on here?
YOOB, Yankee Oscar Victor. Concord International gets off the majority stake in subsidiary Youth Holding, Yankee Oscar Victor.
Where are these songs coming from? That's interesting, ALB. I'll do a little deeper research on that. We'll get back to that one. BAK, chemical. I'm not sure of this one. Looks like it's at the lows here. It's $2.44. It's showing up on my high cap 1000 list. This is a cheap one. BAK. I'll write it down. I'll go back. I wonder if that's a lithium play too. Some of these have been just walloped, huh? TSH. Interesting. I'm writing these down. We're gonna do I'll do some research on these tonight. See how good they are looking down here. Should they be down here or not? They're right off the lower trend lines. Those are good spots.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
Broadcom getting a little pullback. Remember that big gap up? We talked about the gap and crap here on Broadcom. Shorted into that. Now we pulled all the way back here. Starting to put a divergence in on Broadcom. Little pop on that chip, but I'm not interested in Broadcom. CBOE. Global markets. Continue that one along with the CME. They're all getting the same reaction here. These are all oversold. ICE, Intercontinental Exchange. These might be looking better. I want to put these on the list too. Let's just kind of CME, CBOE, CBOE, CME, and ICE. I write that down. All right. Carlisle Group. More asset management. There's asset management getting hit here a bit. Trade web markets. Little pop today in NOC, Northrop Grumman. It's $500. I like to back here, but it's hasn't gotten its ramp yet. General Dynamics getting a little pop right now. Let's take a look at Nike, then we'll take a look at the other ones here that are coming into the room. I'll get those. NKE. Nike's. You thought there was going to be something better in Nike, and it hasn't done anything. It's been going sideways. I was hoping that Nike's going to get the groove back, but it hasn't. And it's oversold. That's all the thing we could look at. And I mean, an evaluation down here. I'll put it on my list here. I want to put it on the list. We're going to actually go to AI on that one after in a second. I want to go through those. MR. We'll go dig down a little deeper on that. MRAM. Everspin Technologies. Semiconductors. Nice pullback. Looks interesting. Let's see what it's about. If I can find my phone. Tell me about the stock MRAM, the positives and the pros and the cons, what the outlook is, and what they do.
Everspin Technologies, ticker MRAM, makes magnetoresistive random access memory, non-volatile memory that keeps data without power, combining speed, endurance, and reliability. It's used in tough spots like industrial automation, automotive, aerospace, defense, medical gear, and some data centers. They're the main player in this niche with over 700 patents. Pros: MRAM shines where data can't be lost. Radiation hard for space and defense, instant on for industrial systems, and they're the only US maker, which helps with government and ITR work. Recent wins include a $40 million Mil-Aero contract, a long-term manufacturing deal with Microchip to scale production onshore, and solid revenue growth. Q1 2026 hit nearly $15 million, up from last year, with MRAM product sales climbing. Cons: it's a tiny company, around $55 to $57 million in annual revenue, still barely profitable or swinging to small losses, with high operating costs. The stock's been extremely volatile, surging over 100% this year, but also drawing short seller heat from Kursdale, who called out that most revenue comes from casino gaming machines, not AI, and argued the valuation got way ahead of fundamentals. Outlook's mixed. Analysts have a strong buy, but with price targets around $18, below the recent $22 to $24 range, implying some see it as overvalued now. Long-term, demand in aerospace, defense, and edge AI could drive growth, especially with U.S. manufacturing push. Short-term, it's a speculative small-cap play. Watch for execution on those big contracts and next earnings. High-risk, high-reward kind of name.
That was a good update there. So, not bad. Not a bad update. It's interesting on the pullback. It got attacked by the shorts and a bearish new mention. I guess that kind of crushed it for a while. It pulled back a lot. That original gap up was on earnings was when it was trading at $13. Now it's at $24. Like you said, the targets are around $18. It's trading at $24. But those could be wrong. It's interesting. That's an interesting stock. The deal with space stuff, places where radiation, whatever it said. I had to go a little deeper onto that, but it's definitely an interesting one. So suck. I'll put you and Dane down for it. So suck. Brought that one to the table. All right. Nice dual divergence here too, which is kind of a good signal. I didn't realize that when I was looking at it. It's right in front of me. Definitely looks like it could pop here. It's pulled back enough just to get that reactionary bounce. 5-minute chart. Well, it's grinding here. It's not bad. It's not a bad looking setup here. I mean, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. I kind of like that. I'm going to make a decision if I want to get in this a little. Just have a little piece of the pie down here. Maybe 30, 40, 50. Well, it's $20. I get it. Let's go for some shares here. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. On the MRAM, is this a growing field, an aggressively growing field? Is this something that's going to take a lead down the road in AI servers up in outer space, maybe?
Yeah, it's a solidly growing field. The overall MRAM market's projected to expand at 30 to 40% CAGR through 2030, depending on the report, driven by demand in edge AI, industrial, auto, and defense. That's aggressive for a memory tech. For AI servers, it's more niche than a full takeover. It's not replacing the massive HBM or DRAM in big GPU clusters, but it's gaining traction in data centers for persistent buffers, write caching, and power loss protection, which helps AI workloads stay reliable without extra batteries. The real play for AI is Edge AI, where their new Unisys product unifies code and data memory for fast, non-volatile operation right at the sensor. No write bottlenecks like flash. In outer space and aerospace, it's already a leader because it's radiation hard and super reliable where data can't be lost. They just landed a $40 million mil-aero contract, which shows strong demand there. So outlook's positive for specialized, high-reliability uses, but it's still a small slice of the overall memory world.
I don't know. I mean, it looks good. I think I'm going to get a little of it. MRAM. I hate when we have an original gap down here. Not that I am big on the gap thing, but we're getting close to that down here. Sometimes we can take that right back, start fresh back here at 17. But we have some upside here. The momentum has shifted. We might actually have some news on this coming up. I'm going in an odd amount here. I just picked up 60 shares here. I just picked up 60 shares. Just a beginner position here. Thank you for sharing that with me. Trade alert coming into the box. And we'll look at the other stocks here in a second, all right? Let me get the trade alert in the box here. All right. All right, trade alert in the box. All right, what are we up to now?
This is an audio test of the DTR News channel.
All right, what were the other stocks here? Let's bring those in.
And introducing its plot Sonnet 5. Anthropic says our safety assessments found that Sonnet 5 shows an overall lower rate of observable behaviors than Sonnet 4.6. is generally safer to use in agentic context. Evaluations show that it has a much lower ability to perform cybersecurity tasks than current Anthropic Opus models. So a bit of a dialed back cybersecurity capability for Sonnet 5, as that had raised concerns in the U.S. government and certainly among investors in the cybersecurity software companies.
All right, what do we got? A little pop here. So we had a quad here. I'm sorry, did I put this out? I did not mention this quad here. We had a quad here. Oh, missed that. Well, it was kind of a good quad there. Just got under that yellow line there. Our last quad was right here, 11 o'clock. Yeah, read it and weep. And watch that webinar. Here, I got a special thing for you. You want something really cool I made for you guys? Check this out. I'm going to give it to you right now. I got to put the images in it yet. I haven't put the images in it, but I was using AI yesterday to kind of give me maybe I'll finish it before giving it out. I'll finish it first or give it out half done. So, Racer, I don't know if you heard me before. I said that you have it. I want to see your updated charts on your overhead resistance areas, what you have here. Yeah, that was a tease. It's nothing else. I put out most of everything yesterday. I did a 60-10 live webinar at night. Just I recorded it for everyone. I posted it in the trailer box. You guys have it. But then I made a little course around a little bit tighter setup, but I just got to put the charts in there. That's nothing really good. I just thought it was really cool what you could do these days. I mean, I just gave it I did a video and then I said, "Here, turn that video into professional video." It put a different guy on it. It made it sound so good. I said, "Wow, this is the future." I'll show it to you. I'll give it to you right now, just so you can see the vibe there. Let me see. I gotta find some. I saved on my Google Drive. Got a high conviction trade on something here. I didn't see the pop-up though. Where's the pop-up? ESL here. ESL. 1 minute sell there.
Seeing some further pricing information on Anthropic's Sonnet 5 version from August 31st. Sonnet 5 model will be priced at $3 per million tokens. 15 million.
Like I said, it's not much. I just thought it was kind of cool. So this is the audio. I threw my video, my 2-hour video in a way I do it. My videos are live. if I make a mistake, it gets recorded. It goes out. You guys got to deal with it. I spend so much time here. It would take me so long to edit it. So I start using AI to edit it. And it totally turns me into friggin', but I didn't put any charts in it, but for a kind of what is called a companion video on how to use the 60-10. If you're going to use the 60-10 stochastic, these are the general rules in audio. There's no charts attached to it, but I thought it was pretty cool just have the audio on it. And there it is. It's in the room for you guys. If you want to just, play it. Kind of a cool thing. I got to put the charts on there, and then you'll see a lot better stuff. And it kind of breaks things down in a certain way. I thought it was cool. All right, market here. We just had a sell signal on the scanner. And the market turned right over and rolled over here. I actually played for you here. This is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like. It's pretty cool. It's like, ooh. All right, so you got a picture of it. I can put that on and go right to sleep. That's my that's my podcast now. Good night, Johnny. Just think about the quad rotation. And that quad rotation, how slow it is. All right. Yeah, you got to put a market order in. You're not dealing with limit orders in this. That's too hard to do. So always just throw a market order in, and then you adjust your stop after the fact. Hopefully you should be able to do that. Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, that's a lot of good information now. I'm going to add the charts on it tonight, and then you guys I'll reissue the link. That way it'll be kind of a nice compact thing for the 60-10. And I'll try to break that down for the other anything else that's important too. So you had a little nice pullback here. You had a quad rotation. Remember, channels break out on usually two reasons: a quad rotation or a divergence. Preferably, we like to have a quad rotation divergence, a quad divergence on the lower trend line. But no matter what, our trade criteria is you have a quad rotation, you're on the lower part of a channel line, meaning like a 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're at like 5 or 7 or whatever number is adding up, and you're coming down to that trend line, at the same time you're on that trend line, we're also coming down on all 4 stochastics. That is your buy. And that's the patience of this whole process here. because that is going to work out great. Here you had a divergence here. It was during lunch. I apologize. I cannot be here for lunch. I did leave someone in charge to identify these. I don't know if I think it was Lem or Stock Void Twit. Should have brought this one to your attention. If not, you could take it out with them. This was a beautiful divergence here at lunch. You can see we got made a higher high. We started rotating back underneath the 89 there. And that was all she wrote. That was it. And down we came. And then we had a quad rotation here. Now up we go. And now we're just waiting for the next one. So if we go back today and we look at everything, the 9:30 5-minute divergence, first thing we mentioned out of the gate, watch it. It looks like we're going to have a 5-minute little setup. The 5-minute divergences that happen on the 60-10 in that 9:30 to 10 o'clock area usually define a bottom of the day. They really do. We could go back. Out of 10 days, we'll find 6 of those days when they have a divergence down here. It's the bottom of the day. Not every time gives you a perfect divergence, but lots of times that's where we'll find the bottom divergence, 9:30 to 10:30 area. The pullbacks, then we just wait for the quad rotation. This one runs into a situation where you don't get 100% to the quad, but you're kind of above the 200, above the VWAP. You got to take that and add that to the weight of how strong the market is, and it was gone. And then we had a short here. We actually had a short we had a small short over here. There was a short here. 12:10, 12:50. That's right when we took lunch right here at 12:15. So I probably missed that. And that gave us a low pullback. And remember, if you do get that pullback, you take it off. If you take it even off at the 20 or anywhere it gets down to the 80 there, you just look at this the moving averages here. You're above the 20, above the 50, above the 200, above the VWAP. They're all spread out like fingers on a hand. That's usually a very strong sign. Yeah, little sell side divergence here, pulled back. Sell side divergence here, pulled back to quad. We're moving on up, and the market right above us, new highs right above us. Why not? Let's go for it. I am, I was tired before. I was tired. All right, so which is the new one we just got into? I gotta bring that chart up. MRAM. MRAM. Is that it? That's it. General Dynamics, new highs on the day. Market here is, starting to rotate a little. Up, back up. Move this back over here. I'll keep this on my other screen here. Slow grind up here. We're overbought on the 80, just touched the 80. We're 80 on the 14.3. We're 80 on the 44. And we're at 74 on the 60.10. Very close to a quad here.
Yes, 1 minute. 9 to 3.0 beer complete. Oil spring ready to sell.
So we got a coiled spring here too. We got a little higher lows starting back here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is kind of that coiled spring that we like to see. Kind of and up on the 5th rotation down, it usually breaks down. So the alert here on the scanner brings you a coil now. Now coils are just good to, understand. I love a downward coil with a breakout. I don't trade too many downside coils or a rising coil, especially in a strong market like this. Coils could continue to break out. This market looks super strong. We're pushing back up to the highs. We're just entering a quad sell zone here. Quad sell zone here. I'm going to send an alert out for this, but that's not something I'm going to take. All right, traders, it is 2:21, and the market here is approaching the highs of the day. We've just come off of during lunch around at 1340. You'll notice we had a perfect quad rotation inside of a downward channel. I was at lunch there, and we had a nice pop. I just wanted to go back and study that position. Now we've pushed up here into a quad sell zone. But because of the market strength today, we're right up against the highs that have a high caution on, waiting for a divergence to set up, meaning a little pullback and then maybe a spike higher and then put in a divergence. Just because of the strength, it looks like we're going to take out the highs before the end of the day. So a little cautious on the quad rotation, but a good place to take off your trades if you are long here. I like the upside here. All right. All right, I'll go right there. Oh. I want to just see how it is outside here. Taking a second here. What are we at? 56? I don't know, man. I don't mind the short here to take a shot on it for a pullback under its 75.50. We'll see what it looks like in a second. I'll be right back. I gotta check something. Yeah, sure might have worked out. I just could just walk outside to see what's going on. All right, back here with you. Got a little stir crazy today. Apple here dropping back. This was a good pullback area. All right. Pod. JCI. CMS. So keep an eye on that INTZ. Something could be there. MRAM here looking okay. Who knows where that goes? NASA here popping here. That's not a big pop, but it looks big. Now we got to, you know what? Now with the NASA and all the space stocks, you got to really keep track of when the next launch is coming. That might affect these stocks a lot. I'm going to actually look it up for you right now. Not that that's going to tell me. Ice. All right, what do we got next here? All right. Give me. I'm in a few spaceship related stocks. Can you give me a schedule of all the rockets that will be blasting off in the next week that deal with publicly traded companies, and tell me the dates? Like the ASTS I'm in, the SPCX has a possible move. Anything else like that?
Here's the upcoming launch schedule for the next week, tied to publicly traded space companies. July 1st, Rocket Lab, Electron rocket launching a satellite for IQPS. That's Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB. July 2nd, United Launch Alliance Atlas V, carrying 29 Amazon Project Kuiper satellites. ULA is a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed Martin. July 3rd, SpaceX Falcon 9 launching more Starlink satellites. SpaceX isn't public, but it's their show. For ASTS, they just launched Bluebirds 8 to 10 in mid-June. Next batch is targeted for August, not this week. SPCE doesn't have any launches scheduled. They're still in ground testing for their new ship, aiming for test flights later this year. That's the main ones. Schedules can slip, so check closer to the dates.
Why
Anything
did you say
specific want-
SpaceX was not a publicly traded company? Did you hear me wrong?
Nah, I messed up. SpaceX did go public on June 12th under the ticker SPCX. It was the biggest IPO
All right,
ever,
I know
and
we
the
know
stock's
that.
been
What
trading-
you know what? You messed up again. What? Just get back on track.
Sorry about that. My bad. We're good now. What do you want to pick back up on?
You forgot already?
I did, yeah. Slipped my mind. What were we on?
You're ridiculous. Yeah, I have a better memory than you, and I'm Jesus.
You're right. That's embarrassing. Hit me with it again. What were we talking about?
We never stopped talking. What kind of AI are you?
I'm just a regular AI. Nothing fancy.
All
I
right,
get a
forget
bit
it. Stop
forgetful.
it. Stop it. Just stop talking and embarrassing you. All right. Never mind. I just wanted the schedule of the rockets, and SpaceX wasn't public, you said, and I said, yes, it is. And you said something about SPCE didn't have a rocket. I just think you're crazy.
All right, fair enough. I did get it twisted with the tickers. Want me to give you that launch schedule again? Clean this time?
Yeah.
Here's the clean schedule for the next week, tied to public companies. July 1st, Rocket Lab Electron, launching for IQPS, that's RKLB. Also a SpaceX Falcon 9 Starlink launch, that's SPCX. July 2nd, United Launch Alliance Atlas V carrying 29 Amazon Kuiper satellites. ULA is a joint venture of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. July 3rd, another SpaceX Falcon 9 Starlink mission, again SPCX. No launches for ASTS this week. Their recent ones were in June. SPCE, which is Virgin Galactic, has no rocket launches scheduled at all. They're still prepping for crewed test flights later this year. Dates can shift, so keep an eye on them. Anything else?
All right, that's better. All right, so the only reason I was looking at that is because, these launches, they will affect tomorrow. If they crash for whatever reason, blow up on the launch pad, it's gonna put the stock down. Just got to remember that where we are. Now we have a couple launches coming up on the 1st, which is, what is that, tomorrow? We have a SpaceX and Rocket Labs. And then July 3rd, we have another SpaceX, which is not going to help us too much because we're going to be off that day. MRAM here, MRAM, new highs here coming up. MRAM, new highs. I think I should have got in more on that. I think I peed out. Market here starting to get its groove on here a little bit more. Probably could have adjusted this just a little to the lower closing price there. Something like that. It's probably up a little. I'll keep that pretty tight. Even if we get through it a little, again, it's about the combination of things. So we have a quad, possible quad, maybe a possible, maybe a possible trend line quad coming up again. Service now here, gaining a little strength here. All right, so we have a couple new stocks on the list here. On our short list for a midweek update, I would say there's some potentials here. We have some potential things. First, thanks to Susuk and Dane, I think, brought this one. Susuk and Dane brought MRAM, which looks kind of interesting. Never spin. So we jumped in that. That's good. Now the ones I have down here that I'm looking at is possible blacks. I want to look at some of the asset managers down here. I'm actually going to do a little experiment with AI here in a second. ALB, lower trend line. This really looks really good. I mean, we've usually killed this stock when we get in it, and we very, just I think it's a good stock to trade when the time is right. Now we haven't heard a lot about lithium recently. It seems everything is dealing with AI and servers and cooling and stuff, but I guess lithium batteries are going to be part of that process in one way or another. But it's not like it's it's out there. Lithium is not on a hot topic today. BAK here, BAK, Baschem. I'm not even sure what they do, but I have a feeling they probably do something similar. That might be interesting to look into. CTSH. Cognizant Tech. So again, beautiful lower trend line, dueled up here. Everything looks good for a bounce zone. So a lot of these look really good. It's just, and then our capital market stocks here. CBOE, all the way back down here, oversold. Started to show a divergence, but all those stocks related to that. CME, all the way at the lows right now. ICE, all the way at the lows. I mean, are these falling knives or are these good levels? I don't look deep into the earnings on this, on these stocks, but with the pattern day trading rule, I don't know, exchange rates, exchange data and stuff is going to go up. More people trading. I don't know. I don't know how the market moves on this. What the cyclical type of move is on this. But it's been moving down, that's for sure. It's been moving down for the last 2 years. Are we close to a bottom there? And then there's some other ones here. So we have the CBOE that we have Nike. So what I'm going to do right now is, I hate to do this to you. I hate to do this to you, but I'm going to do it to you. We're going to take these stocks. I'm going to throw them into the AI here. And she's going to tell, and I'll put Service Now down here too. I want to put Service Now down, SONW, because I like that one down here. And then we'll just put those down here for now. Let's not get too complicated. This is going to be a big project anyway. All right. I want to give you a list of stocks. I want you to analyze them, compare them to each other, and tell me which is the best one to buy right now. And give me a little update on each one of them. These are the stock symbols. NOW. The next one is BX. The next one is ALB. The next one is BAK. The next one is CTSH. And then the next one is CBOE.
NOW ServiceNow is the best one to buy right now out of this list. It's an enterprise software leader riding the AI wave with strong analyst support and clear growth from its platform. Quick updates on each. NOW around $98 to $100. Enterprise workflow and AI platform seeing solid adoption. Analysts mostly buy with targets averaging about 141 to 142, implying decent upside. AI partnerships boosting it. BX, Blackstone, around $98 to $100, Enterprise Wernisterd, and $15. Big alternative asset manager with steady inflows. Moderate buy rating, targets around 150 to 157. Solid but not the hottest right now. ALB, Albemarle, around $130 to $134. Major lithium producer, volatile with the EV and battery cycle, but analysts see big upside. Targets average $200 plus, some as high as $260. High risk, high reward on lithium rebound. BAK, Braskem, around $2.50. Brazilian petrochemical company dealing with debt restructuring and legal issues. Analysts mixed to bearish, targets around $3 to $3.50. Looks like the weakest here. CTSH, Cognizant, around 39 Nebergel. IT services firm pushing into AI but facing headwinds. Recent price target cuts, now trading cheap with hold consensus and targets in the $60 to $70 range. CBOE, around 240 Bunstrees, runs options and futures exchanges. Steady business but recent volatility from new trading approvals. Hold ratings, targets averaging about $310 to $320. NOW stands out for growth potential and momentum in AI software. The others are either more cyclical like ALB, defensive like BX and CBOE, or struggling like CTSH and BAK.
All right. So kind of an interesting thing. Give you an update on all those stocks in a better way than I can. Of course, I like the service now. That's why we're in it. But I'm thinking of this ALB, and I think that ALB came out smelling a little better on that comparison of the stocks we're looking at. ALB looking pretty good. We could do we should do each week. We'll do what do you call it? Like the brackets, Sweet 16, and we'll have them go up against each stock, go up against, and then we'll break those winners down and go up another one, and then we get down to the two winners. That might be a fun thing to do. I could make that happen. So I'm looking back at the ALB here. I'm going to ask this a little bit more stuff here. Just hopefully it gives me the right information. Is there any catalyst coming up for the lithium trade ALB?
Biggest near-term catalyst for ALB is their Q2 earnings on July 29th. That's in 4 weeks. Analysts expect around $3.14 per share, and any positive update on lithium pricing or volumes could move the stock. Beyond that, there's no major project milestone or contract announcement locked in for the next few weeks. The lithium trade itself is watching prices, which just ticked up to about 156,500 Chinese yuan per ton, and energy storage demand keeps growing fast. Management's been optimistic on demand, especially from stationary storage, but it's still a wait and see on whether prices keep climbing. Earnings will be the next real event to watch.
All right. Well, I guess if I was in the industry a little bit more, I could figure that one out. Congratulations. I think Paraguay won, right? Paraguay beat Germany. And I think Brazil beat Japan. I thought I read that Japan stunned Brazil, but I think Brazil came back and beat Japan. And then Paraguay beat Germany. Double overtime. Wow. They have overtime? I thought they would just like kind of just have a shootout or something. I thought there was just a shootout. Just have a good old fashioned shootout. All right, so ALB definitely something I like here. We'll have to watch that next couple of days. It'll be on our watch list. First overtime is the shootout where everyone gets 5 shots. And if it's tied, then they go into playing again. That's crazy. I didn't even knew that. And then there's a 5-shot shootout. Oh, so they get 5 shots. The first overtime is a shootout where everybody gets 5 shots. Where everybody gets 5 shots. Then there's a 5-shot shootout. Hmm. 15-minute added time. Well, it must have been pretty exciting. That's an exciting game. I know my son went to go watch it. He has a friend. He has a Mexican friend up in Haverstraw, this area up there, and his name is. He went to he knew him from Scouts. We went to Scouts with him, and his father doesn't speak a word of English. I used to go to Scout meetings with his dad, and I tried to talk to him. He didn't speak a word of English. And but David always at our house. David's over at his house, so I already went up to his house because they're big soccer. They have big soccer parties, big parties. And he was up there until like 2 o'clock in the morning. They said the whole town shows up. Everyone's watching soccer, cooking all kinds of falafel, whatever. I forget they were eating. I had a lot of good stuff. All right, market here, a little flag. You can kind of smell a flag there, a little pop. Remember, the flag represents the pop off to 20, which is the flagpole, the drift back and a fast rotation. This is holding up pretty good. So you just read it's kind of reading the signs in nature, are the leaves turning over? It's about to rain, or maybe the sun's going to come out. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. This is a red sky at night. This is good. When we pull back, this is holding the strength. Things still look pretty strong here. SPCX. So I heard that Tesla did a new update, a new self-driving update. My question is, what did they have to fix? I don't want to be in a car that needs an update. I want it perfect. I want it perfect. I was just wondering if there's what's new. What's the update? Like they get an iOS update, and they could do that. And I guess that's that. Remember we did we get into that company? Yeah, we did. That was the OUST. That kind of, but they don't have the OUST in Tesla cars. Tesla has their own delivery system that updates their cars. But OUST, that's what most cars use as their software to update, whatever they're going to update, especially when it comes to self-driving updates and stuff. I'm sure they got to do maps and I don't know, you got to do all kinds of things. Yeah, software-defined cars. And that's, yeah, and then I heard they came out with it, and I said, oh, there it is, software-defined cars. I heard that. I think I heard it this morning. One day just blurs into the next, though. So who knows? It could have been yesterday. But then I see Lou posted in the room, a Tesla crashed into a shopping center, killed an old lady. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's not a good thing. But it kind of blew through that level. It's back at the 420, which Tesla likes. Tesla like a 420 level. AXTI. 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 All right. Well, it almost looks like I had a nice, beautiful run here, and it's a nice pull, but I got to get a little research. I got to do a little information here. Tell me about AXTI, the pros and cons.
AXI is Axtech Limited, an Australian microcap company.
No.
AXI on the
No,
ASX.
hey, stop. Hey, stop. The symbol is AXTI.
AXTI, AXT Inc. makes specialty semiconductor substrates, mainly indium phosphide, which is hot for AI data center optical connections, plus gallium arsenide and germanium. Pros, it's riding massive AI demand for high-speed data transmission. Indium phosphide backlog just hit over $100 million. Q1 revenue jumped 39% year over year, and analysts are bullish with an average price target around $96 to $97 from the current $71. Cons, still not consistently profitable, trailing EPS is negative, and the stock's extremely volatile. It ran from under $2 to over $140 this year, so big swings are normal. It's also a small company that can get hurt by trade restrictions or supply chain hiccups. Next catalyst is earnings on July 30th, where they could report their best indium phosphide quarter yet. High risk, high reward name tied to the AI build-out.
That's earnings are tonight then.
No, not today. AXTI is scheduled to report its Q2 earnings on July 30th, which is a month from now. Not tonight.
Oh, July 30th. Sorry, it's June 30th. Thank you. Sorry. July. All right. Well, yeah, it scares me that it came from $2 last year or the beginning of this year. And it's still at $71. That's a little rich for me. But hey, it is what it is. I'm circling it. Put your name down for it, you guys. It just looks a little steep for me. Did I spell that right? I don't even know if I spelled that right. I got you down. It's a dynamic duel. I like it. I like that. You guys teaming up there. Here's your bold flag. It's a textbook bold flag. You see our rotation gets closer to 20, 20, 20. This is holding 80, even turning up a little. You know that, you're going to get that little pop. Now, at this point in the day, coming up on 3 o'clock, flags do roll over. The trade really is into the 20 and the first breakout of the flag. I'm always telling it on the first breakout, especially if it's touching that 80 fast. These things tend to roll over at one point. If we've been strong and the flags have been up, the flag still is going to give you that breakout, but that breakout a lot of times will turn over later in the session. So I'm always cautious up here as we go into 3 o'clock. Pod breaking back down.
So ServiceNow won. ServiceNow won the first round. On the second group is going to be PODD, ISRG.
This is a high conviction trade.
We'll put a couple of the new ones in there. MRAM. Got a little pop on ARTL. It's a penny stock. I'm holding some of it for a while now. It's just a little pop, 5 cents. All right, so what else? ISRG pod, TTRM, and all right, this will be the next group here. I want to do this. This will be the second group, and now the winner of this group will go up against ServiceNow. All right, take these 4 stocks. I'm going to give you the symbols and give me a comparison and what you think the best one is with little notes about each. PODD, ISRG, MRAM, and TTD.
The best one to buy right now is TTD, the trade desk. It's the cheapest valuation-wise with the biggest upside to analyst targets, even after getting hit lately. Quick notes on each. PODD Insulet, around $153 to $158, makes the Omnipod insulin pump. Growth is solid in diabetes tech. Analysts have big targets around 230 average, but the stock's down almost 45% this year on some growth concerns. ISRG Intuitive Surgical, around $400 to $405. The Da Vinci robot leader. It's the biggest and most established here, but the stock's down about 28% YTD and still carries a premium valuation. MRAM Everspin, around $23 to $24. Specialty memory chips, especially for AI and aerospace. Volatile small cap with a lot of insider selling and a short seller attack earlier. Analysts target about 18, so limited upside. TTD, the trade desk, around $18. Ad tech platform, dominant in programmatic advertising. Stock's been crushed, down over 80% from highs, but analysts see it almost doubling to around 33 to 36 average target. Cheapest and highest potential reward here.
All right, so that was our second group. Now we had TTD against ServiceNow NOW.
Between TTD and NOW, NOW is the better buy right now. Here's the quick comparison.
All right, good enough.
NOW.
It does. She does get annoying. I just wanted to play that game for my own enjoyment. I couldn't listen to that too long. I do MRAM here. All right. POD dropped out. ServiceNow is climbing back up here a bit. That's what we want to see how far we get back up there. I'm glad that went off without a hitch. You're fired. Right. What do you mean? It's today's Nike Day? It's a little better, bigger flag. Also, the flags tend to extend out longer, as they get older. But the market here is strong. 75.62 here. Boom, goes the dynamite to the upside.
Big pop. Is the earnings there today on Nike? Let's take a look at the earnings. Big pop here in the markets. Big paparuski. Papa Japa. Uh-oh, phone is ringing. What's going on? I have... How do people get my number? Oh, I think my son is home. Maybe not. I don't know. Something. Yes, he is. All right, we got a possible divergence. I'm going to take a shot here on the divergence here. And I'm going to tell you why. It looks interesting. I'm looking at this running divergence here. You can see right here you had a series of lower highs, especially, let me see what we have here. This pop here to this pop, and this higher pop to this lower pop. All right, and that's okay, whatever this is in the middle here. But I'm going to look at this as the divergence high here. So my stop will go right in at the top there. Now, if it goes higher, that's fine. I'm taking a shot on the short here. It's dangerous, very dangerous in this strength. So I'm not going to give it too much. I only have one contract on here. And I think I'll put that. I'll put this. Should I put the stop in automatically here? Oh, there it's just going. I didn't get my stop in here. There it goes. I want to take that off because that market just looked like it just power popped there right out. Excuse me. It choked me. I still think this might be a divergence, though. This is we're still seeing it stuck under that 80 line on the highs. I mean, momentum hasn't shifted up yet. Kind of like this area. I know I'm probably going to end up missing it. I was looking for this earlier, Racer. I wanted to see what you had for us. So the 75.68 area, 75.68 is kind of a midpoint. All right, we'll take a look at that. Have a little high back there. I'm just looking at it. Let me get rid of this. I don't need that up here. A lot of this stuff we don't need, but it's possible to take it all off. All right. ServiceNow moving. Google moving. MRAM here moving. Snowflake moving. Market's looking good. Ouster here back up here, 62. Our target was 61. This thing got up to above that now, 62. I think I'm going to watch this. I don't think we're going to take any trades here. into the close. It looks very strong. I'm happy with that. Oh, let's take a look at the earnings. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot about the earnings. Nike might be a good earnings play. Yeah, it's due. Nike is due. Yes, Nike is out after the close here. We have Nike out at 415, and we have Constellation Brands and Progress Software. So let's look at Nike. Let's take a look at the Nike setup here. All right, let's do that. Nike, Nike, Nike. AXTI here. Where's the AX? MRAM. It's another one. Let me just take a look here. Everspin. All right, that was interesting. All right, Nike. Let's take a look at Nike. Huh, yeah, 41, man. I don't know. You know what? I'd rather be on the sideline for this piece of crap company. With their Betsy Ross denial of their Betsy Ross sneakers. Remember that? That really turned me off about them. They had this. Someone they're gonna put out this Betsy Ross edition, and they pulled it. That would have been cool. That's nice, but it was kind of they kind of got a little woke, you might say. If that might be a good adjective to say what happened to the company among other companies during this time. You know, during this time back here, where they, everyone was really trying to be pro, gender, everything. You had Budweiser even going across in that line and then what were some of the other companies that really got beat up here with the Rainbow Tent, North Face, the Budweiser girl, right? Nike was part of that process. Target was part of that process. They had a whole segment and it all went to hell. All the stocks went down from that point on. and the Nike, you don't know if they've gotten over that. The damage is done on Nike. No one likes Nike. Of course, they probably have good shoes and stuff. Kids like the Nike shoes, the brands and stuff. But I don't know. I'm just happy to be, watching it. Yeah, it turned me off of it. It just happened to, it's not, I don't know. I'm not a big sneaker guy, but I just don't like sometimes, companies that don't align with my, views. I'm not going to say anything about it. I'm not throwing my views down anybody's throat or anything. I feel everyone has, but don't, I have a choice, right? I thought that Betsy Ross thing was a cool sneaker. And then when I heard I forget why they didn't want to do it. Maybe that's even a myth. How can I keep on referring back to Betsy Ross? But it's stuck in my mind. I gotta ask AI. I know you're gonna hate me for this one. Did Nike do something with the Betsy Ross sneaker that turned against them. It kind of made them more of a woke company. What was the outlook on that? What happened with that whole situation?
In 2019, Nike planned to release a 4th of July Air Max sneaker with the Betsy Ross flag, the 13-star circle design on the heel. Colin Kaepernick told them the flag was offensive because it represented an era of slavery and had been used by some white nationalist groups. Nike pulled the shoe right before release, even though it had already shipped to some stores. It sparked a ton of backlash. Lots of people called Nike anti-American and overly woke. Arizona's governor even threatened to pull tax incentives for a new Nike factory. There were boycott calls and a lot of noise on social media. What actually happened to the business? Pretty much nothing bad. Nike's stock went up about 2% in the days after, adding billions in market value. Sales kept growing and the whole thing blew over quickly. It fit right into Nike's pattern of taking stands on cultural issues, which has mostly worked for them with their core customers.
Well, their stock is down a lot from where it used to be. How could you say it's working for them?
The Betsy Ross thing was back in 2019, and you're right. Nike's stock is way down from its peak. It hit around $170 in late 2021, but now sits around $41 to $42, down roughly 75% from that high and about 30 to 35% just in 2026 so far. It's near an 11-year low. That single controversy didn't kill the business. Sales actually rose after the Kaepernick campaign, too. The real problems are recent. Weak demand, especially in China, heavy discounting to clear inventory, higher tariffs eating margins, and tough competition from brands like Hoka and On. Nike's direct-to-consumer push also backfired by ceding shelf space to rivals. The woke label gets thrown around a lot, but the numbers point more to execution issues, pricing, and a softer consumer than any one ad from 7 years ago. The brand's cultural bets helped it for a long time. This downturn is about the last few years of business decisions.
Yeah, all right.
Earnings are
whatever. Earnings are coming out. I don't care anymore. Done. Kaepernick. He was the guy behind it. I forgot that he was part of the whole process, doing the goddamn knee. Kick him right out of the stadium. That was a weird time we were living through. Couldn't talk on the internet. It almost got as bad as England or Great Britain now. You know, where you get arrested for, so you lose your job. That's for sure. You lose your job if you post something. It's offensive. I don't know. I mean, it's Nike's a tough one, you know. I would buy a Gap down on Nike. You know, that would be interesting. You know, to get a total flush. That would be absolutely gorgeous. You know, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I want to wait and see if it comes out. If it gets hammered, buy the hammer. Buy the hammer. If it goes higher, I missed it. Big deal. All right, not a big deal, but you know, if you want to do a little now and a lot later afterwards, that way you get a little, you go in, just be part of it. If you get a pop, you get a little profit. But if you get the drops, you could, you could cost average in and get a better position. That way you have, you have a something in the game there. We're right on that support line. What do you guys think in the room? Will Nike, when we wake up tomorrow morning, will Nike be up or will it be down? That's the real question. Nike up or down? Type in a 1 if you think Nike's going to be up. Type in a 2 if you think Nike's going to be down tomorrow. If anybody cares. I'm going to just go negative on Nike again. I'm going to go with negative. I'm going to say they're going to, well, you know what? I think they gap down and then reverse. I think there's going to be a reversal on Nike. if it could gap down. I just did a poll, Loudy. I'm putting the first person put the number in there. 2. RJ with a 2. Scott with a 1. Lucky Dog with a 2. Dane with a 2. Gunsup with a 2. Loudy with a 1. Trader RJC with a 1. Loudy, you got a 1 in there. He's position biased. That means you're holding it and you're going to be biased because you're holding it. But I think there's an opportunity on Nike. I think we can make money on it. I mean, the gamble for a pop is there. You probably could buy it now, excuse me, and then wade through the drop and then look for the pop. And I just think it'd be better to buy the drop. I want to wait for it. I want to wait. I'm going to be here with you, 4:15. Prepare to buy the drop.
Extreme flag identifier. Possible full flag. 60 to 10 embedded above 8.
Like I said, I think the bottom is near, but I think it could gap down a little. And then you got to buy the bottom. I think it's here. I thank you for bringing that to my attention, because this is the catalyst we need to kind of flush, flush it out. It's getting out of a hole. Service Now here, the winner of the Dream Team. Service Now here. We did the Dream Team. I'm surprised it wasn't mentioned on Benzinger News. Daytradingradio here did the Dream Team Challenge, and Service Now came ahead. It was between Service Now and TTD. It was down to the 2, but we knew that Johnny was banging the table on Service Now from yesterday and today. He continues to bang the table. Why don't I hear Mr. Land say that? Instead, I'll see Mr. Land says, Service Now moving now on a mention out of Pink Elephant newsletter, mentioning Pink Elephant. All right, so a little pop, a little drop now. Again, coming into that very, very volatile time frame, the 3:30 time frame. I just stay away from this. It's exciting to trade if you're on the right side of it, but Salesforce.com, ServiceNow. Been hearing bad things about these companies. I'm looking for a software bounce to drag these up. Like a sector rotation here. Now, speaking about that, let's take a look at the FinViz market map. And you know what? I never called Jeff Hirsch. Maybe I could do that tomorrow. I think he got back to me, but I was sleeping. Sorry, Jeff. Alistair, tractor supplier. Didn't mention that today at all, but I have a big position in tractor supply. I've been holding it for a while. Hasn't done much, but it's starting to base out here. So what was I looking at? What was I just going to look at here? The FinViz market map. All right. We got it going on here. Got tech here leading the way. What I'm going to do is I want want to show you something that I use on this a lot. You can see it's definitely a split market. Healthcare down, industrial consumer discretionary down, Costco, Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, a lot of red here, more green over on this side of the tracks. We're going to go out here on 3-month performance. And you can see here, this block here, Autodesk, Adobe, Intuit, Salesforce.com, ServiceNow, which is down 5. You know, that was kind of, for the last 3 months, have been lagging. Everything else is green around it. But the software, even these telecommunication services, were also that's why they started to show up now. So looking at the software for a reversal, we go out a little bit further. Let's go out a little bit further. Yeah, you can see this. This is pretty weak. So I think we're starting to see something here. We're going to get a bounce. There's 1 month. 1 month it's been down. You know, these are ServiceNow, Adobe, and then 1 week performance. Starting to turn the last week. We're actually starting to turn green here, where the others are starting to turn red. Not much to look at, but I think we're on to a good area here. Google, nice pop on Google here towards the end of the day. My phone is yakking at me. All right, Teladoc. All right, Tesla, XE Energy. What happened to that pop I had in Google? We're getting up there. Yeah, Tractor Supply Company could be ready to go tomorrow. It is consolidated here. It's held this level for such a long time. Are we ready to pop? I don't know. I thought there was going to be an activist investor getting involved down here. That would be great. They came out, activist investors involved, insider buying or anything. What do you got, Racer? Racer got a 75.68. 75.68. That was the area he's looking at. All right, got to get down on that one. 75.68 is right above us. Yeah, that might have been the high. That's nice. It's within the high, that area. Good call. So let's mark that down on both sides. We'll make it a brown line. We'll watch it overnight too. All right. All right. I'm going to get my order up for Nike here. All right, let's take a look at Nike chart. It's hard to say where this could go. $34. I'm not saying it's going to go down there. I'm going to clean up this chart a bit. Kind of right on this channel line here, too. I mean, that channel line is down a little too far. I mean, even to get down to that level, we'd have to come down to the low 30s. That's huge for Nike. I don't think we're going to get down there. So let's say 38. Ray, so you have the applied move on Nike. Anybody have that in the room? Let me see what I'm looking at here. Where's my Nike chart? It's probably not that much. Who knows? All right, I have an order in to buy Nike. To buy 100 shares at $38. After hours. So last Nike 9%, about 10. We'll call it 10%. Last implied move. The last time it moved 15% down, 10% down, up 6%, up 15%, down 5.5%. Yeah, I'm thinking reversal. I'm thinking smackdown and a pop. Maybe we don't get the drop as much. Maybe it comes down to 39. It's gonna be a tough one to fish that one out, but I think we can do it. Google here, moving. TTD here, not much going on. All right. Gold. We got a gold buy alert. Gold buy alert. Netflix here taking a swan dive. Beautiful swan dive in Netflix here. Cut the cord, people. Cut the cord. OUST still looking good. Still looking good. At the highs of the session. Probably going to pop right here at the close. I'm just letting you know that Netflix here taking a little swan dive. We got a little possible divergence here. You can see this closing price here, and you see that candle that came down, but we were higher on the stochastic. This is what we call lip divergence. This is a small lip here. See, you know, I hate taking this, chasing this, but there's a small lip there, and I already got the pop off of that. A little late in that, but you should be paying it whenever you have a 5 to 7 candles starting to band up like this. You look at the bottom and look at that little candle that dips down to the closing price. It's the low close, but holds the level there. Then you got a nice little pop like that we're seeing right now. Now, it's probably not worth taking one contract on it because this is just, we're also coming into 350 murder algo, which is 6 minutes away, and you got to be a little bit careful on that. But that's a nice little pop there. I mean, I'm going to actually take this off into the murder algo. I know barely no profit on that. There it is. 59 and a half. Now it popped here. That's the rock star effect. I could make the rock star effect happen just like the snap of my fingers. If I get into a contract and I decide to sell it, it'll shoot up the minute my button comes off the machine there. Netflix here still pushing a little. Oh, look at that. Look at the exit on that. Now, that was good. That was dangerous. That's why that's too choppy here. TTD, keep an eye on this one. I have a feeling that we could be getting there. What do I have on that? I just have, you know what? I have calls on this. They're underwater. There's a $20 calls going out to September. All right. Well, let's get to the Nike first, and then I'll worry about taking some shares on the TTD. All right. I'll be here tonight. I'm going to be doing some work. I'm going to get the rest of that webinar out. I have to hit my emails. I haven't touched my emails in a day. I've always been trying to follow up on them, but I got to take the harder ones. I got to get to those. So I'll be on. So I'll be also trading tonight also, if anybody's around. Doing dinner. What time is it? What is today's date? It's a Tuesday. Probably got a tuna sandwich. All right. 3 minutes into the murder algo. Algo coming up.
Warning, murder algo in 2 minutes. Warning, murder algo in 2 minutes.
All right. Whew. What are we going to do with Nike? Is it going to pop? Is it going to drop and pop? Is it going to pop and drop? I don't think it's going to pop and drop. I think it's either going to pop and stay or drop and pop. I'm hoping for the drop pop. QNT near all-time highs. QNT. Oh, we also have to keep an eye on the IBM too down here. That looked really good. It continues to look good. I like the IBM here. I'm going to circle it again. Circle where we like it real time. That tells me that I'm liking it even in strength. Even though we're extended here, I still like it here. Well, let's take a look at the other. Just wanted to look at that. Drop and drop. Jimmy says a drop and drop. Drop more. All right. QNT. All right. Yeah. We're at the IPO highs here. So that's an interesting one. Yeah. SpaceX, SPCX. And it's a 3. Oh, we're almost here. Here it is. I think we're here. Murder algo. TTD popping on the murder algo. Market's not doing much here. Big pop there on the murder algo on TTD there. I don't know what happened there. That gapped up. Could be a divergence here on the murder algo.
Yes. 1 minute. Wide rotation system arm for bump.
All right. Choking to death here. Nice pop in the tractor here. All right. Oh man. Yeah, we probably have that. That's a little whippity wappity here. Good call. Jimmy using the rock star effect to help out the team. Very appreciate you Taking one for the team there, Jimmy.
Attention. And 3-minute perfect setup. Divergence spot reversal candle at the divergence low.
That's a big signal right there. We just had a 3-minute divergence with a reversal candle.
This is a high conviction trade.
Got new highs on Meta. Meta here popping a little. We got ONFO. Short and weak. Sky guy, I was just thinking, I was just going to look at the schedule, and Sky says that Warsh will be speaking tomorrow at 9 a.m. Sounds like a hawk. That's the thing. Nike here pulling back. TTD pulling back. Market here just about ready to wrap up here. 5 more minutes, and then we're at time for earnings coming up in 15 minutes. Apple here popping here. NVIDIA popping out of the gate. New highs on the day on NVIDIA. Apple popping right back up. Google popping here. Big tech popping right now.
And 1 minute 40 to 40.
Yeah, no, come on, Loudy. Let's hold off for a bit now. I see there was a lot more angst in the room today. A little political, a little too much political discussion. I don't, I kind of let things go, but if it becomes too distracting, we will ban you for the day. If we give you a couple warnings and then it doesn't stop. Just for the peace of the room. All right. ASTS, Snowflake, MXL. Yeah, that was kind of a wicked move here. That was pretty wicked here. Like my sound effects here. What are we looking at here? SPY. Market looks good going into tomorrow. Looks good. Everything looks good. You're closing on the highs. You have the nice, strong momentum on the stochastics. It's in a strong area. What I wanted to look here is the 5-minute, because did you hear before we had a 5-minute divergence? Or a super signal somewhere? I thought we just had a super signal here. Back here was a super signal, and that's the divergence signal right there. On the 3-minute time frame was the 3-minute time frame. And you can see a nice little run there. Learn the lessons I've learned a long time ago. Don't ruin your day by trying to trade the last minute of the day. It gets so choppy. If you're organized most of the day and the market gives you this, when it gets to the close, it's all over the place. Boom, bang, boom. It's definitely going to be a harder trade. Wait for the easy setups, the quad rotations midday, like from, excuse me, 10 o'clock on. To like 3:15, 3 o'clock. They work really nice. Stay within your channel, stay within your quads, your divergences, take those trades. Once you get into the danger zone, things get real choppy. Look at this. Look at this craziness. Holy crap.
This is an audio test of the DTR News Channel.
U.S. markets are closed.
All right, markets are closed. We got a little. Do we got about? I mean, I even want to get sucked into that. I said, "Oh man, look at that little flush. It's going to come right back up now." Anyway, Nike's here. Let's see what happens.
2028 November.
Michael Burry went in all in on Microsoft. This guy is like bipolar. He's all over the place. I didn't hear that. All right, Nike here. I got a couple of orders set up here on Nike. I have a physical order for 50, and I have a hard order that's limit order in to buy at 38. But the 50 shares, I have that just. I might pull the trigger on something if I hear something I like before waiting for it. 315 the earnings are dropping on Nike. 315. So we have some time here. And if I miss it totally, I miss it totally. No issues with that.
No GPS. A blog post now announcing a.
All right, for those who are taking off, have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out and trading. Thanks for contributing. If you contributed in the room, I always love to see the trades posted. And again, if you didn't watch that 60 video yesterday, watch the video. I might do a watch list on some new stocks tonight. I'll see how much time I have. I got to fix a couple of things. But we'll be here later on trading the futures. Thanks, Guy. Come on, Nike. Let's
GS Papa Romeo Golf
give me
Sandy.
38. Oh, be happy.
Coming up, earnings from Constellation Brands STZ, expecting $3.21.
Let's put it on STZ anyway, because that's going to be here. It's 5 minutes after the hour. That should be breaking right now.
LGPS shares popping on that special dividend news. Golf Papa Sandy.
All right, a couple of things that we're watching here. Also, we might get some news out there on some other things. That keep an eye out for maybe a popper at the end of the day here. That'll run into the evening, into tomorrow. You never know. Take care, MC. Racer. Sly guy. I know I started coughing at the end of the day.
Constellation Brands is out.
Constellation Brands is out, and it's not even moving. Nike dropping here. Nike dropping. This is not earnings, though. This might be a little flush. This is no volume. This is a fake out right now. What's happening in Nike?
LGPS hitting $1.17 now, and that's special dividend news.
Special dividend LGPS here. Nike getting hammered right here. The earnings are not even out yet. I call bullshit on this move. I might actually start scaling in down here. All right. I picked up 30 shares here at $40.75. I'm not getting crazy. Let me get the alert out there. I love this song. I'm just sending this out fast so we can get it out there. Can you believe it?
STZ Constellation Brands, $3.43. That's a beat. for Sandy Tango Zulu sales of 2.133 billion. The estimate was 2.392 billion, so that's a beat for Sandy Tango Zulu. ECHO, Dish, TBS.
I'm gonna move this trade desk over here because we don't have to watch that anymore.
Package restructuring to facilitate early repayment of Dish TBS debt. That's the Echo Charlie Hotel Oscar. ABVX, Jeffries upgrades to a buy with a $158 price target. Alpha Bravo Victor X-Ray. ABVX.
I got a pop in GD here. GD, I don't know if this is a real pop or a fat finger trade. It looks like it's only on 6 shares. Just 6 shares, fat finger trade. Anybody in Nike either way down here? What do you guys think?
GDOG, Datadog acquires Adapted ML. Delta Oscar Golf.
We got B popping. Man, that thing has been a monster, huh? Bloom Energy. Nice pop here.
Coming up in just a few minutes, earnings from Nike. Nike is expecting 13 cents in earnings. FNKE Nike.
Again, looking for, I did start my position already a little. But if we do get a drop to that 38, that's what I like. I got an order in there. Automatic limit order to get me in if we get 38. I'm not saying that's out of the question. Uh-oh, what's going here with the ES here? ES dropping out. ES coming down to a trend line. An old trend line. Nike here starting to shake the tree here. We should have earnings out in 3 minutes. It's not out yet. They're shaking the tree again.
Your Post reported that the U.S. has not released any of the $6 billion in the ratings frozen funds for humanitarian goods. It will not do so until Iran fulfills its obligations.
Constellation Brands dead in the water. Take it off the screen. No interest. All right. Gentlemen, start your engines. 1 minute to go. 14 seconds to go. Big pop here in Nike here to start the day off here. Let's see what happens here. We got a big pop at $43. 43 and change.
Audio test of the DTR News Channel.
72 cents. The estimate
72 cents.
was 13 cents. Revenue $11 billion. The estimate was
What is it, Mr. Land? 72 or 13 cents?
Reporting North American revenue up 3%, $4.83 billion. China revenue down 12%.
China revenue down 12%.
Africa revenue down 1%. Asia Pacific and Latin
Does not look good,
up
people.
1%. That's Nike. Nike getting a pop here to the highs, 43.90 on.
We'll see if they hold this. This is cheap. All right, well, let it go here. We didn't get down to my level, but we are in it. We're ahead of it, ahead of the game here.
Shares are now pulling back from the highs on Nike. MWC, Mike Ware, reporting. Revenue of $140.3 million in FY 2026. That's up 3.7% year over year for Michael.
The truth is, I don't trust it.
Charlie MWC. Nike shares now are at 42.24, up more than $1.
Hanging in there, but I don't trust it at all. Shit.
TALO, Talos Energy, announcing strategic acquisition of Gulf of American deepwater oil assets. That is Tangalooma Oscar.
I took off my order to buy at 38. I'm just going to hold what I have here. Day's not over, Loudy, on this one. It's not over yet. I'm happy it's going up for you. Let's see if it holds that channel.
And 1 minute while rotation system arms were on.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if they come out with guidance yet or not. They're going to do that during the conference call. They still could come out with other news. They could pop it or drop it. It's holding up right now pretty good. I remember I did get in on a good price here. When that first little drift down here, we picked it up. So I mean, it's not what I wanted to get. I wanted to get a little bit more. 740.75. We're up about $1 on that. I looked at it taking it off at that point up there, but I never pulled the trigger in time. Anyway, we're done for today. Tomorrow's another day. Anything else we need to look at before I pull away here? All right, I want to pull away here. I'll see you guys in a bit. Reversal in Nike. I just came back over to the computer because I got an alert on my phone. My order went through. I thought I canceled it. I got filled. At. That's what I got filled at. 3803. Huh. Funny. Market back open here at 6. I think that was it. I think that might have been the low here in Nike. Might have been the low. How's everyone doing out there? I'm sitting down. We're getting ready here. Looks like a good night to trade. It's very easy, calm waters. I see very calm waters here. A little drift here, but we're going to reverse. We have a coil set up here, I heard. Coil looks good. I think we're going to pop here soon. I'm getting the set up here. I just got to get some ice. Some ice and then some water. Hot, hot.
Yes, approaching previous close at 7,548, 5 points away.
Sitting down. I'm going to have to do a Coke break. All right. Take my shirt back off. I'm not in the hallway anymore. Oh, it is hot here. I had to put the AC back on. I came in here. It's steaming hot. ISRG dropped a little, huh? All right, that's today. All right, so I'm going to be hanging with you, getting organized. Looks like we had that little bounce in Nike. I think it's going to be a good day tomorrow for Nike. I think it reverses. And they jump in it pretty fast. I got a little food here too. So I'm just going to sit with you for a second. See SpaceX 172 looking strong. I'll be right back. All right, let me send out our alert here on the Voxer Trader because we're going to be probably pretty active unless I get called home for some reason. But we're going to see what we could do here. I may even take a long here. I just see a little divergence playing out.
Yes, approaching previous close at
But
7,548,
let's
5 points away.
see what happens here. I might play this game tonight. I might play the game tonight. Oh, the first thing is let's tell people that we're going to be here tonight. Let's get on that Voxer. Man, it is hot. I'm playing it too much. All right, good evening, traders. It is 7:34 p.m. I'm behind the desk. I'm going to be doing some trading tonight. Looks like a nice, easy night. Market's very stable. It's pulling back a little. We're near the lows, 75.43, but we just put in a little divergence here. That's why I wanted to sit down and watch this area. We're kind of in a quad area. We might have a running divergence here. It might be something interesting developing. We're at the previous close, chopping around. Not much action, but there is a tradable trade here. I think we're going to head back up. Also, if you're on the copy trading network, connect your copy traders. I'll be trading those tonight. So, and probably it looks like a pretty decent night for trading futures. So I'll see you guys here. I'll be here throughout the night. I might not be on the mic 100%, but I'll be here behind it. But I'll be on the mic also. I got to put my chart over where my chat room is, so I might not see the chat room for a bit. But I think everyone's eating dinner. Everyone's living a normal life. They're living a normal life there. All right, I want to bring this over here. Yeah, I like this area. I want to try to take two here.
Yes, 1 minute. Short divergence will stage to confirm.
I might have been chewing on the mic. I apologize. I'll turn the mic off. I'll have a little steak here. What we have here is the elusive running divergence. This is your coil setup. It's not a bad one. It's a small little coil, but it's a coil. You can see this right from here, right down.
Yes, approaching previous close at 7,548, 5 points away.
I'm like sweating in this place. Nice big pop in the markets right now. Oh. Oh, what's going on there? Lock her down. Lock her down. Lock her down.
Trade. Sold 2 MPS at 7,547. Profit $15. Trade. Sold 1 MPS at 7,547. Profit $14.
Perfect exit. Exit. Perfect.